Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Hello Diogo. Bom dia. Olá, olá. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Hope you're having a great Thursday. Is it Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday. Hello Burger, coming for a bit. How are you doing today? And I see that you are not using your phone. How are you guys doing today? Hope you are having a great day, that you had a good, productive morning, and that you can have a bit of time with me today. I am good as well. Still haven't taken my coffee yet. It's still cooling down a bit because I may have overheated the cup just a tiny bit, so I don't really need to actually burn my tongue. Coffee. Coferão. Wow. That is a good one. Coffeirão. But I am doing well. Had a quiet morning, I would say. Did a few things around the house. Like I'm definitely starting to like this housemate, stay-at-home dad thing. It's fun. I mean, one of the things that I actually like to do is taking care of clothes, like washing clothes, drying them, folding them, and everything. I don't really like ironing them, but I'm okay with just folding everything. And fun thing, like when I didn't, I think it was still, or maybe I already had my daughter. Yeah, I already had my daughter, so just her, and she was still a baby. And I remember talking about the amount of clothes that were always dirty and whatnot, and saying that I was doing like 3 full washing machines per week. And a friend of mine was saying, oh, but my mother, she does a new washing machine every single day. And I was like, what? How is that possible? And then, and this friend of mine had a brother as well. So there were 4 people at home. And now that I have 2 kids, I can definitely understand that, because it's a daily thing. And sometimes we even have to do two full washing machines per day. So yeah, that's life. That's parenting life. Oh yeah, I'm definitely enjoying Steel Division. And if I hadn't scheduled a Tomb Raider stream for tomorrow, I would go for Steel Division. And it's definitely going to be coming in the future. I only played 1 mission in the career, in the campaign of that game, in the Allied campaign, which is also supposedly the easiest. I only played the first mission in the campaign, and I didn't want to play anymore because I thought, this could be cool for streams. This could actually be a cool game for streams. So at least I will try it. I'm leaving the campaign missions, without touching them. I'm playing some Skirmish Battles. I won a battle yesterday. Like the first one I tried was a 3 versus 3, and there were 2 AIs with me on my side. It didn't go well for us. I mean, we weren't overwhelmed or overrun, but we lost the battle. But yesterday I played the 1 versus 1, and I did far better. And so I won that one. You would love, Diogo, you would love that because you could play all day. I mean, I still have responsibilities and I need to do stuff around the house and go pick up the kids from school, and then be with them until my wife arrives. This also allows her to stay at work for a bit longer so she can get a few more things done. It's good for her career. She is, I've been saying this to her, she kind of dismisses it, but she's also a scientist. She works in material sciences, or materials engineering, material sciences. And I've been telling her that she is in a much, much better position than I have ever been to actually progress in a scientific career, because her scientific output has been so much better than mine. Like, I don't know, she's good. She's really good at what she does. And I think this is good to help her progress in her career. And I'm excited to see if she can get it, if she can go far and do better than what I did. Still, Division 44 campaign is cool, but you still prefer... Oh, yeah. It's definitely much more in depth. It's much more in depth. And it has that sense of... it has that sense of an overall picture. Like you can actually command the troops, not just having those set troops in that given scenario. You are given different scenarios. It's more like Total War games, in which you have a 2D map in which you have your units, and then you go against the enemies in places that are not necessarily set in the beginning of the campaign. But that is really cool. I think I will, if I keep enjoying the game, I will definitely get Steel Division 2 as well. And who knows, maybe then we'll play against each other. Yeah, it would be cool if we had the same game. True. The AI was bad. Yeah. Actually, I mean, but I don't know if it was because of that. But honestly, so it was three armies on my side, and I was on the left flank. And actually, mine was the one that was holding further up. The other ones were being overrun, but there was also a lot more enemy troops on that side of the map. My side of the map was not that crowded. So I don't know if I was doing too well or they were... I don't know. I was expecting that I was the one that would hurt the chances of my side, and that the having two AIs on my side would actually help me winning. But in fact, it was possibly the other way around. Focused on 2 weeks around some area. Okay. Total War had some DLC with kind of small campaigns as well sometimes. In Medieval 2. I have Medieval 2. I haven't... Like, my issue with the Total War games... is that I was never really good with the battles themselves, with the 3D battles. And I think that's like the best part of Total War games. Maybe I should put a bit more time into trying to understand how to use the units, because I always felt I was overrun by the AI. If the number of troops was kind of even between both sides, in the Total War games, I was always overrun. I could never figure out how to actually do it properly, especially when I had to siege something, when I had to invade a castle or a town or whatever. That was really tricky for me. I could never figure out exactly how to do that, like where to position the troops and then managing them correctly. I was never very good at that. But yeah, maybe now that I'm kind of enjoying the way to play Steel Division, maybe I will start being better at Total War as well. Yeah, I should maybe try to reinstall one of them. Maybe Rome, not Rome 2, but the original Rome. It's the smallest one. Maybe I can start with playing that one, and then play Medieval, because Medieval 2, I think, takes a huge chunk of my diminutive available storage space. So yeah, we'll see. There is kind of problem if you have more players. Sometimes your decks don't fit together. Okay, yeah, that could be it. That could be it. If you have 3 divisions which are full infantry in your team, and opponent has better combination, it's their advantage. Also, I mean, I don't know how balanced things are, because when I played that 3 versus 3, I don't remember which divisions my AI allies had, but I was playing with a Polish division, and actually they had a really cool artillery unit. I don't remember the name of the unit, but at least that artillery unit was really cool. It had a really huge range, and I could get it from the start of the skirmish. But maybe it wasn't the best division for me to play with. And then yesterday I played with an infantry division from the British Army. I think 15th infantry. Maybe something, or 4th, no, 15th. I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, so let's go. Actually, before this, I'm going to, let's go focus on Zacarias Silva. He's currently at level 7, and he has 7 victories. So yeah, that's it. Game over. I won. Oh no, I need 8. I need 8. That's when I win. Because 8 is the new first, and yeah, you know the drill. You know the drill. So he's at level 7. He has 7 victories. A few of them were time trials. Others were what was I gonna say? Others were like with attacks in the late stages of a race, and we've also had a few that were from breakaways. So it's an interesting mix, but nothing too spectacular. I mean, it is spectacular to try to hold the peloton later in the race. So yeah, I would say they were kind of spectacular in that sense. And today we are going to play, I think, 2 one-day races plus Volta Portugal. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. So wait. No, let's go to training. It's better to see it like this. So we're gonna start with the Chrono Christian Armstrong. So it's a 1.2 race, not very strong, 22 kilometers long. It's an individual time trial in the US. So I would say that I'm possibly going to be one of the favorites in this one. Then we have a flat one-day race in Turkey before moving on to Volta Portugal. I hope I can fully play Volta Portugal today. That is the plan. And I mean, it's 12:30, so in 4 hours, I think I can possibly do it. Yes, that is actually one of my season objectives, because there are 2 time trials, although those are possibly not the best for me, because the first one is a team time trial, and it's a really short one. Maybe if I am maybe if I'm the first rider in the team, in the list, maybe I can actually go 99 for the 2.3 kilometers and I actually win the race by myself. Who knows? And then we have a 10-kilometer time trial, but this is a mountain time trial, so it's very, very unlikely that I can win this with my 62 mountain, 63. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a hard one. Yo Chaikov, hello. Team time trial, team time sprint trial. Exactly. Hello, welcome to the channel. How are you? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, that is what I'm going to try. That is definitely what I'm going to try, to win the team time trial solo. It could be doable. I don't know if I'm going to blow my teammates or not, but we'll see. We'll see. Glad to know you're fine. Glad to know you're fine. But yeah, Burger, do you want me to say the names of the towns? I know that you didn't ask for that, but I'm gonna try it. So, Jindřichův Radnec, Jindřichův Radnec, maybe. Maybe Radnec. I don't know how to read that. Jindřichův? PC. Ah, okay, yeah. He doesn't know those symbols. Radek. Ah, there's a typo. Okay. Radec. Ah, shake your head. Then Lichau Nova Bistrice. Seski Krumlov Klet. Ah, okay. It's in the border. And Trevon Protivin. Trevon Protivin. That's my check. That's the best check I can do. But yeah, it's going to be the final season objective. So let's start this chrono Christian Armstrong. I'm getting better. Yeah, I had a good professor. Olomouc. And yeah, I'm the main favorite for this one. The second one is Joey Roscoff. I think his time trial ability is around 72, maybe? It's 72-ish. And then Pierre-André Coté. So both from former rally cycling, now human-powered health. And Stefan Rossetto and Ian Garrison. So yeah, if I have a decent race day condition, because I'm not having the best of fitness, I'm at 88. If I do well, if I feel well, or if Zacarias feels well, I guess we have a chance. This goes slightly uphill towards the end, so yeah, we'll see how this goes. Yotchaikov, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome in. Well, I mean, it's a welcome in after you said hello, but it's still like so the objective is to finish in the top 3. I feel like I'm really what's the word? I don't know. I'm conditioned? It's not conditioned. In Portuguese, it would be condicionado. Yeah, I don't know. But my mind always thinks that, oh, there's a new follow, so I need to say welcome. At 5,000, let me remind myself what is at 5,000, because I don't remember. I do not remember what's at 5,000. What do we have at 5,000? Lose the glasses. Yeah. I mean, although it doesn't really affect this game that much, I have to say, because I can kind of still see things. Sometimes I don't see the names, but like I have a kind of big screen around me. I don't need to see a lot of details, so it doesn't really affect this one that much. But maybe if eventually, when I'm playing Tomb Raider tomorrow, if someone activates the lose glasses channel points redemption, maybe I might struggle a bit more. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. I have poor high sight at distance, the screen is not very distant. Like it's too. How do you say it when you have your palm open? I don't know. It's like this size. The difference. It's this distance from my face basically. But like if I drop the glasses, I cannot read anything in the game. Like I can read the largest letters here. I can read the names of the riders, but it's a bit more tricky on this side because yeah, it's smaller. I can still kind of make it, but it's all out of focus. I can welcome you 10 times. Yeah, I like to be welcoming. I think it's nice. I mean, I love to have people around the channel. So I definitely need to acknowledge your follows and even the lurks and the chat messages and everything. I like to appreciate that. So currently we have Pierre-André Côté in the lead. I think we are going to be the final rider to start the time trial. Yeah, there's Joey Roscoff. Yeah, Zacarias Silva as the favorite is going to be, with the number 1, is going to be the final rider to start this. So I think I will start by pushing a bit in the beginning to use a bit of red, and then I'll go a bit more easy later on. Or maybe not even pushing on the red. Let's go 86. I'm on a -1. That is not good, especially, I mean, it doesn't affect the time trial ability, but it does affect resistance. It's already only 66 and today it's at 64. So this is definitely hurting. So I'm starting at 86 using a bit of red because this is like kind of the new meta for time trials in PCM. You definitely need to use some of your red quite a lot. And that is exactly what I'm doing at the beginning. But now let's go at 85 and I'll see how this is looking in the first intermediate checkpoint. Well, the only intermediate checkpoint, because I definitely need to compare my time with Joey Roscoff, who is now leading at this checkpoint, and I am only fourth. 13 seconds behind. So let's see how I do until the end. I'm keeping the 85, but I'll have to drop this a bit. Let's drop it to 80 because I definitely need to recover some energy. Is 80 enough to recover? Not really. Let's drop it to 77. Ooh, I'm still not recovering. I am still not recovering. I need to drop it even more. Am I going too hard? Okay, we are recovering a bit now. 3 kilometers to go. And let's start pushing again. Final 2 kilometers. Let's push it up to 90. I think we should... Ooh, that was too much. Was that too much? That was too much. Let's go, pushing until the line. And... Ooh. Ah, we were only second. We were only second, 21 seconds behind Joey Roscoff. Well, I mean, I got the podium. That was the objective. But I'm a bit disappointed because, yeah, it was the -1. The -1 and not having decent resistance. That definitely hurt. That definitely hurt. Oh, okay. So we don't take the win in a time trial. That is kind of lame. Kind of a shame. Because that's what we should be winning. Because we are a time trialist. We are a time trialist. Yeah, you know, Mario, maybe you need to actually prepare your rider better next time. It's still good. Still a good evaluation of the race, but yeah, not too happy. Not too happy. Hopefully, we'll be better for Volta Portugal, and we can do better then in the time trials. There are 2 of them. The first one is 6 kilometers only, I think. And with my 80 prologue, I mean, if I don't win that, I don't know what I will ever win. And then in the final stage, there's another time trial, longer, but it's hilly. I think it's the one between Gaia and Porto. So we cross the bridge over Douro, and it's going to be, I don't know, being hilly. It might be a bit tricky for me to win it, but eventually I'll save some energy in the stages, just leading to that time trial, because I won't be fighting for the GC. Absolutely not. If I win the first stage, I should try to hold the yellow jersey in the next few stages before we have the high mountains. But we don't really have flat stages in Volta Portugal, which it still bothers me a bit. I know that at least people in Portugal, we are very we always think that, oh no, what we like to see is mountain stages and climbing and whatnot. We don't really have a sprinting tradition. At least that is how I see it. But to have the major race of in the country, I mean, it's not the highest classified race because Volta Algarve is of a higher category, but to have the main race of the country to not have a single sprint finish, it's really weird. And it was not just this year. I think this parkour is from 2019, maybe 2018, and no, it's 2019. Is it? Yeah, it's 2019. And it happened again last year, if I recall correctly. There was not a single stage finishing as a bunch sprint. There were a few small group sprints, I think. But yeah, it's really common that we don't really have pure sprinting stages. But I guess that would probably hurt W52. How could they then take 5 GC leaders to the race? That would be impossible. Oh no! Our fitness dropped to 81%. Lovely. How did I... Oh, because I had... Right. Right, because I had a rest week. Maybe this was not a good idea. Because like there's roughly 2 weeks before we start Volta Portugal, or 3 weeks almost. And I'm not sure if we're gonna be fit enough for that. I'm not 100% sure. Well, we'll see. It's too late now to do anything else. Let me see something. I cannot see it. Like, I should be able to see more of this, right? I can see it. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous that I cannot set the training better. Okay, but we have this flat race with a few hills. I mean, I don't know why there are KOM points in sprinting, intermediate sprint, but yeah, I guess I'll take it. I'll accept that, but it's probably not going to work for us. I am not among the main favorites. Cisquevicius is the main favorite. So I think we should be going for Francisco Campos, or the team is probably going for Francisco Campos, the best sprinter that we have. I'm not sure if I can go in the breakaway. They will probably never allow that. Because like my average as a rider is so high that they always consider me a threat. And they don't really allow me to go in the breakaway. So yeah. And an attack later on. Well, I could try to conserve energy and try to attack in the final kilometers and use the aerodynamic positioning. And maybe that will do the trick. But I'll also, after this one maybe, and before we start Volta Portugal, I'll probably have a look at the Tour de France, because it will have ended by then. I have seen that Tadej Pogačar started the race, but he crashed in stage 1 and abandoned. So he's not taking a third Tour de France. Get some exposure during a breakaway over at least 60 kilometers in the final 120 kilometers of the stage. So I'm a puncher outsider. I will try. Francisco Campos is on the -3. I will try to go in the breakaway in the beginning, but I'm not sure they are going to let me do that. Okay, let's roll. Let's roll and attack from kilometer 0. Let's do an easy attack. Yeah, they're already chasing hard, aren't they? Yeah, they are. So they won't let me go. I don't think they will let me go. If the peloton was chasing 3 riders, then they are not happy with the breakaway, which means that most likely they are not happy with me. So I'm not going to be able to... Yeah, you see, now they are not attacking, but we have one of our teammates going for it. Yeah, they are not chasing now, so definitely it was because of me. No point in me trying. We have 2 teammates up the road. Interesting. That is interesting. So potentially if they can stay there, it could be helpful. And it seems like that's going to happen. All right. So I have Francisco Campos to protect me. And I'll stay put. I will remain quiet in near the front of the peloton, being protected by Francisco Campos, and conserve my energy as much as I can, and hopefully Fábio Fernandes and Francisco Guerreiro, I think he's Francisco Guerreiro. Hopefully the 2 of them will be able to conserve a bit of energy, and maybe I can attack to them later on. So that would be cool. That would definitely be cool. Okay, I need to up the effort a bit, up to 60. Not a big deal. Oh, we're going through a nice forest here. Nice forest. There's something I would actually love in the game, and honestly, I don't think it should be that complicated to implement. I would love it. Like, we have this map we have this map of the race. How hard would it be to actually have this with an actual world map and showing exactly where in a certain country this is? Like, wouldn't that be really cool? Maybe it would break the game, but at least like a rough area. Maybe not really showing the map there, but not showing the actual route in the map, but at least have an idea of where in the planet this is. Like, I know this is in Turkey, but I don't know where Alanya is. I don't know, and Turkey is quite a big country. It's quite a big country for me to exactly know where it is. It would be cool. It would be cool. I would like that. It would definitely add something to the game. Maybe if we think about the new scouting system that they are implementing, and apparently now we can send the scouts to specific countries or maybe even regions. I think countries. Maybe it would be a good time to bring that. From what you've seen from the companies that do Tour de France and PCM, you can tell. Yeah, I know. I'm dreaming, man. I'm dreaming. Let me dream. But I can totally understand what you're saying. I can totally understand that. Okay, so the pace is not too high, but we have taken like a minute or two from the breakaway. We still have 2 riders up there and 83 kilometers to go. I saw a video yesterday. I think it was yesterday that Benji Nassen uploaded to his channel, and it was comparing Pro Cycling Manager 2021 with Pro Cycling Manager 2006. And it's unbelievable that you had so many things in that game that were taken away that I thought should be in the game. Like, you already had a scouting system similar to what they are now presenting as a new feature. I don't know if it was functional, if it worked well, but it was present. It was there in 2006, and now 16 years later, they're bringing that back. It's a bit unbelievable. And also something that I really liked that was in the 2006 game was that riders would actually tell you which races they would like to be in a certain month. Like saying, I want to be in Milano San Remo in March, something like that, or other races, whatever. But why was that taken away? Also, there was already a morale system there, and that was implemented in 2020 as a new feature again. It's crazy. It's crazy. They changed a few things, and apparently they also remove features to bring them back later on as new features. Okay, we're conserving the energy. Oh, there is still a split in the peloton. There's a group behind, but probably not with any favorites. Like 52 kilometers left, or 50 kilometers left. I still have plenty of energy. Is it time for me to... No, the pace is too high. I cannot attack away from the peloton at this moment. Potentially in that final climb, I could do that. Maybe I can do that. And if Fabio Fernandes can still hold and can stay there for longer in every game, even FIFA. But do they also... Yeah, they don't change enough things every year. Yes, I totally understand that. But do they go to the extent of actually dropping features? Fabio Fernandes, no. So Francisco Guerreiro or Fernando Guerreiro, I don't know. Francisco, I think it's Francisco Guerreiro, is now being dropped. Or he was dropped from the breakaway. Fabio Fernandes is still up there. Yeah, I cannot attack away from this. From the peloton. But the guys in the breakaway are about to be caught. Let's try to move a bit to the front. Can I attack? It's too far. It's too far, and I'm not going to be able to go away. Okay. So we're in a good position. We are well positioned. I don't know if some riders are going to be dropped. Fabio Fernandes is still there. He's still there. FIFA brought back this year the chance to simulate a match and enter in it in the middle. Oh, so that was in the game before, and it got to go after you. Oh, okay, Burger. Okay. So I will not finish this one, so you never go away from me. I shall not go. You shall not go, I mean. Not me. So Fabio Fernandes is pushing really hard, and I don't really know why. Oh, Mauro Finetto. Okay, 20 kilometers to go. Fabio Fernandes got caught. There are 3 riders up the road. 2 Polish riders. From, is this Mazovia or what's the team's name? Poland. Where is the Polish flag? No, there's no. Oh, yeah, Mazovze something. Right. So I need to do some sort of attack, but this pace is really high. This pace is really high at the moment, and still plenty of riders where I'll have to try and attack. I have to try and attack. Why can't I surprise the other guys here now? Is it because I'm being protected? No, why can't I? This is kind of stupid. Oh, that's José Gonçalves. That is José Gonçalves. Okay, so is this an attack? No, it's not. Let's do the attack ourselves. Let's try it. Let's try it. Come on, Zacarias. Come on. Aerodynamic positioning. Ah, yeah, I'm being caught. Nope. Not gonna happen. Not going to happen. Oh, is this guy attacking? Can I follow? Can I follow? Can I follow? I'm not following. Ah. Oh. Can I follow him? Come on, guy. Come on. Come on. Bostock. Come on, Bostock. You can do this. We can do this. Or maybe we cannot. Yeah, we cannot. Can we? Can I go with this guy to the end? We're increasing the gap. We're actually increasing the gap. Yeah, I'm working with you. I am working with you. Ooh. João Rodrigues going for it. Come on, let's go up to 90. Up to 90. Can we get this? Can we freaking get this? I'm going too hard. I'm going too hard. The other guy is not sprinting. He is not working with me, and I'm gonna die just before the finish. Final kilometer. I was not blocking, I swear. He's gonna win it. Ah, no. He's winning it. I took that guy to the win, Matthew Bostock, and I get second. Ah, I got second only. I took that guy to the win. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh. Go Spurs, go Spurs, go. Now I know how to say your name. How are you doing? Hello, man. Hello. Oh, that was a good finish. That was definitely a good finish. It was exciting. It was exciting. Matthew Bostock, you can thank me forever in your life for giving you this win. Oh, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Oh, this was cool. This was cool. This was a really cool one. I'm just going to take the camera out because I kind of need to blow my nose for a bit. And it's not nice for you. I'll also take the mic out. Okay, so it's done. I'm back. Let me just put the camera back on here. Okay. It was a nice lead out. Unfortunately, not for a teammate of mine. It would probably not work if it was a teammate of mine. And I swear I was not blocking the guy. Like, my rider moved there by himself. Okay, Burger, thank you so much for being here today. And have a great rest of your day. Probably with school and that. But thank you for being there. It's always great to have you. And we'll have to talk more about Steel Division, definitely. And maybe, who knows, in the future, I will be streaming some Steel Division and playing some Steel Division 2 with you as well. So have a great rest of your day, man. Goodbye. Hey, Burger. Matthew Bostock. The quickest. Yeah, he was definitely the quickest. Also the only one still with some energy. He is a sprinter, supposedly. He also helped me a bit, I mean, I have to say. I mean, I led him out in the final, what, 3 kilometers? But he did do some work like between 8 and 4 kilometers to the end. So yeah, okay, he did his share. He did his share. I did the initial attack. It didn't work, and then he attacked again. I followed on his wheel, and then I took him to the win. But it was nice. It was nice. It was a fun one. I was definitely not. Evaluation breakaway poor. Because I was only in the breakaway for 9 kilometers, which was like the attack at the end. But second in the race, and I get plus 27 points. So that is good. That is good. A cold rally tactic at the end. Definitely, definitely. By the way, so yesterday, I think it was possibly... I watched Dwars door Vlaanderen. I'm probably butchering it a bit. And I haven't seen that much live cycling this season. I haven't been able to follow it too closely. But I saw it yesterday and wow, Mathieu van der Poel, I mean, it's not unexpected, but he does seem to be in a great fitness for the Ronde on Sunday. It's on Sunday, right? Yeah, it's on Sunday. Seems to be in great shape. Wout van Aert is also he has been showing great shape as well in the previous weeks. So it's maybe going to be a showdown between the two of them, unless because that happens. At least I feel it happens quite frequently. Wout is going to be left behind in the group with a few other riders, and Mathieu will be ahead, and then no one will cooperate with Wout van Aert because they know that if they take Wout van Aert to the finish line, he probably takes it. So I think that Mathieu van der Poel always seems like to be a bit more favorite to win these races than Wout van Aert, but it should be an interesting one. Also, maybe Tadej Pogačar could surprise us. He was a bit behind, but he still finished in the top 10, so it's a very, very decent result for him. Maybe with a bit of better positioning, maybe he can eventually take it, or at least be among the contenders. Unfortunately, we don't have Julien Alaphilippe. I would like to see him there, but he also doesn't seem to be in the greatest of shapes this season so far. I mean, the entire Quick-Step team, even though they have been winning races, but they've been having a bit of trouble. I saw on Twitter earlier this morning this graphical presentation with The comparison of results by Quick-Step in one-day races that belong to the World Tour, comparing this year's races with last year's races. I don't know if was it only one-day races? Maybe it was not even just one-day races. Well, anyway, it was comparing results by Quick-Step between this season and last season. And it's unreal how worse they have been in one-day races of the World Tour category this season, at least results-wise. And they don't even seem to be in contention. It's really weird. Yeah, Van der Poel was third in San Remo. Yeah. After coming from the cyclocross season, that was really impressive. And I mean, he was the first from the main group. Like, no one would catch Matej Mohoric, and then there was the late attack by oops, sorry. Who finished in second? It was a French rider, but I don't remember who. Who was it? Who finished second? But yeah, Van der Poel does seem to be really strong. He does seem to be really strong. Anthony Turgi, yeah. Thank you, Go Spurs. So yeah, that was really impressive by Van der Poel. He is definitely on a good physical condition. Who knows if he can potentially go for a Ronde plus Paris-Roubaix double? Who knows? Although there's a bigger gap this season, right? Between the Ronde and Paris-Roubaix. Paris-Roubaix is only going to be on the 17th, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was thinking, I don't know, maybe Van der Poel is my favorite. Like, when comparing Van der Poel and Van Aert, my favorite rider of the two of them would probably Wout. But I am a big fan of Matthew as well, because, I mean, he does not hide. He likes to attack. He doesn't shy away from attacking. And is a really entertaining rider to watch. So in this case, it's not even like because that happens a lot. Like, a lot of people think that if you like Messi, you cannot like Ronaldo, or the other way around. Or if you like Wout van Aert, you cannot like Mathieu van der Poel. That's just ridiculous. Like, they are all amazing. And I think it is very much a possibility that we can enjoy the two of them. We can definitely enjoy the two of them. Come on, how am I still on 81% fitness? I'm gonna start Volta Portugal with 81% fitness. No, that's wrong. That is wrong. Wait. Oh no. I even activated the fitness peak. Yeah, it's here. What? Why was that showing 81% just a moment ago? I don't know. Contract update on the situation. So let's see. I'm still going to use. Oh, is this a contract offer? This is a contract offer already. Ooh, cool. I thought this was only for the interest points, but no, this is a contract offer. Wait, are all these teams... Wait, no, Bardiani is... Who is offering a contract? What? Wait, maybe I need to read this. I finished working with the teams for your 2023 contract. You can see the new situation with team interest updated by visiting the contract page. We should receive some concrete offers in the coming days. Let's hope for a nice surprise. So these are not offers yet. This is probably what I am asking for. A 21,000 euro monthly salary. Wow. It was great to have, if I could have that in real life. That would be nice. But I think I'm pretty confident in getting a contract offer by Bardiani. So we'll see what the next few days bring. Opening of the transfer market. And before I go, definitely they are monsters. We should definitely be glad to seeing them challenging each other. We definitely should. Okay. I want to check the Tour de France. The Tour de France. Where is the Tour? Here. So let's quickly check the stage winners. So Sam Bennett, quick step in the team time trial. Let's actually look at that like this. So yeah, quick step, 10 seconds faster than Ineos. Groupama FDG in third, on the same time as Jumbo Visma. Okay. Oh no, I didn't see it. Maybe you saw it, but I didn't see who won. Who won the GC? Oh, but that would be only the GC, the team GC. Okay, good. Okay, so stage 3, Richard Carapaz together with Egan Bernal and then Primus Roglic. I remind you that Tadej Pogacar was in the race, but he crashed in stage 1. You can actually see that here. It had cobbles. This is the 2019 Tour de France, the one that Egan Bernal won. So he had Tadej Pogacar and Simon Yates both crashing on stage 1 and withdrawing. So 2 favorites for the GC, or 2 contenders for the GC. Then stage 4, Sam Bennett. Stage 5, Jasper Stuyven beating Kasper Asgreen and Tim Wellens. Interesting. Stage 6, Primus Roglic winning a stage in La Planche des Belles Filles. Something that he would probably be really happy with in real life, because yeah, we all remember what happened. Ahead of Guillaume Martin and Henrique Carapaz. Henrique Carapaz. Wow, that should be a good rider. Henrique Mas. Stage 7 for Sam Bennett. Stage 8 for Kasper Asgreen. Ahead of Jasper Stuyven, so they reversed their stage 5 results. Did anyone else crash in this one? No. Stage 9, Kasper Asgreen again. Wow. Asgreen is on fire. And Sam Bennett, who is also apparently pretty much on fire. Anthony Turgi, previously mentioned in the stream. But this was a breakaway. Nairo Quintana was in this stage's breakaway, and he got 9 minutes over the peloton. Paddy Bevin quit after this one. Nairo Quintana was in the breakaway in this stage? Oh, okay. Okay. Stage 12, Primus Roglic winning in Bagnères de Bigorre. 11 seconds ahead of Giulio Ciccone. Then Franck Bonamour. This has gotta be a mix of riders from the breakaway and other favorites. Stage 13, the individual time trial, Rowan Dennis beating Kasper Asgreen for just 1 second, or by just 1 second. Then Bissiger, yeah, Roglic. Ooh, Pipo Ganna, 13 seconds down. Not something I would expect to see. Not very fit, apparently. Henrique Mas winning at the top of the Tourmalet, the stage that Thibaut Pinot won in real life. Roglic only losing 9 seconds, but I think at this point he should probably be holding the yellow jersey and controlling it. I think that should be the case. Bernal finished with Roglic. Oh, João Almeida is here. Okay. Then Frank Bonamour winning a stage. So this was definitely a breakaway stage. Roglic was the best of the GC contenders. And taking back the time he lost in the previous one. Then Sam Bennett. And Bonamour again, winning another one. Wow. Wow. Also on fire. Tom Dumoulin winning in Valois. So he probably helped Primus Roglic and then got the win. Roglic winning at the top of the Col de l'Iseran. The stage that Egan Bernal, well, actually no one won, but when Thibaut Pinot abandoned and Bernal basically won the GC that year. Roglic winning another one ahead of Carapaz and Mikhail Kwiatkowski. Okay. Doing better than... Actually, Kwiatkowski and Daniel Martinez doing better than Egan Bernal. That is interesting. I don't see João Almeida anywhere. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Nelson Oliveira finished ahead of João Almeida. Yeah, Almeida is definitely not going for the GC. And Alejandro Valverde beating Tom Dumoulin. Dumoulin could go for a second stage win, but he did not get that. And probably João Almeida tried to go for this one, but he couldn't. He could not. And then Sam Bennett. Did Sam Bennett win all sprint finishes in this? I'm pretty sure he did. Looking at the GC, no surprises here. Primoz Roglic wins it ahead of Richard Carapaz, Daniel Martinez, Adam Yates. It's a 2-3-4 for Ineos, but they don't get the win, and Bernal in 8th. Okay, so Bernal won it, indeed. So they got all they wanted. They got first with Bernal, then second, third, and fourth. Enric Mas was 5th. Then Vingegaard, Lopez, Bernal, Ciccone, Guillaume Martin in the top 10, just ahead of Romain Bardet. Where was João Almeida? Oh no, it was 33rd. Yikes. Yeah, it was probably here only to help Primoz Tadej Pogacar, but unfortunately the Slovenian crashed in day 1, leaving the road open for Roglic to actually win it. Now, it was definitely a shame that last year Roglic also crashed in the early days of the Tour de France, because he seemed to be in a really good shape. Maybe not enough to beat Pogacar, because it seems currently that Pogacar can win anything he wants to, especially in stage races. But yeah, it would at least have given us something else, a bit more fight. But yeah. Bora Hansgrohe with an updated budget. They convinced the partners. Oh, there's something else that was in Pro Cycling Manager 2006 that is no longer present, which was you could actually negotiate sponsor contracts with minor sponsors. That is so cool. That is so cool. So this is going to be the team for Volta Portugal. We're going to have Henrique Casemiro, I would say, as the GC leader for the team. Maybe he could contend. I mean, his time trial is really bad. But he could contend for a top 10 at least in the GC. What's the objective? Oh, stage wins. So let's try to get that for our sponsor already on day 1. We have Rafael Silva, Francisco Guerreiro. Yeah, he has 60 average. What the heck? What the heck is he actually doing in Volta Portugal? Like, why aren't Joaquim Silva and Tiago Antunes in this race? Like, why? I don't get it. I don't get it. We have Pedro Andrade, Fábio Fernandes, Gaspar Gonçalves, and then Zacarias Silva, of course. I honestly don't get it. Or João Benta. He could also be here. He's not terrible in the mountains. But come on, Francisco Guerreiro, really? Jeez. This is not understandable. So we start, as I said, with a 6.3 kilometer long individual time trial. We have another time trial in the end, 20 kilometers long, but with hills, so it could be tricky. Oh, we have... This is not a flat stage. Come on. This is not a flat stage. This could end as a bunch sprint in a way, because most of the difficulties are early on. We have Serra da Lausanne. It's a long climb, but not super steep, and it's very early in the stage. And we have a punchy finish in Loures. This is a tricky finish in Castelo Branco. Then the Queen stage in Serra da Estrela with 20 kilometers at 6.7% average. Then another hilly finish. Then another hilly finish. Then we have Serra do Louroco, 7.7 kilometers at 6.6% with 14.4 max. Then another hilly finish. Then we have Alto da Senhora da Graça. So it's a famous climb in Portugal, 11 kilometers at 6.1%. And we finish with the other time trial. Let's get on with that. We have a predicted +3. We have a predicted +3 for the day. We have our fitness peak. We have 97% fitness. I didn't see who the favorites were. I should have seen that. I should have looked into that. I mean, I'll have time to check who the riders from the other teams are. I saw that. Oh yeah, we are the favorite. We have Matthias Kielmose from Uno X as one of the other favorites as well. Oh, the objective is to win the stage. Okay. Let's keep this at... Let's do it ×8. So the other riders. We have Bahrain Victorias, Trek Segafredo, Movistar, and Alpecin in this one. Okay. Bahrain brings Phil Bauhaus. Chun Kai-Feng, okay, so he's gonna win the 11 stages. Chun Kai-Feng is gonna win all stages in this one. They have Price Pietersen, so he should be a contender for today's stage. Then, oh no, Skjelmose is no longer from Uno X, he's now at Trek. He's now at Trek. Of course he is. Of course he is. Gianluca Brambilla, Tony Galopin, Gebrek Xavier, Antonio Tiberi. Decent team. Jacobs. I don't remember. Joaquim Arcas? No, it's not Joaquim. I don't remember. Arcas. Abner Gonzalez. He was also in Volta Portugal in 2021 in real life. Norsgaard. Yuri Ullman. A decent team. And then where is W52? They have José Neves, Amaro Antunes. They only have 6 riders. Rui Vinhas, Ricardo Vilela. They don't have João Rodrigues. They don't have Johnny Brandão. They don't have José Gonçalves. What the actual fuck, W52? What the actual fuck? And I'm sorry for the bad language, but... Oh, this is crazy. Wrong. Well, hopefully we don't have pain, Fox. Hopefully we don't have pain. How are you doing today? Welcome in, man. Welcome in. How is your morning? How is your morning? Okay, so W52 does not bring at least three of their best riders. That is so interesting. That is so interesting. Are we going to be the last rider to start today? No, the penultimate. Bilbao House is going to be the final rider. And here we are. Actually, I don't know why this is tilted. I don't remember tilting this. Doing well, got a bunch of extra work. Okay, busy day, busy day. So I hope you can stay productive. If you want to lurk around, you are more than welcome to do so. I always like having you lurking around and coming with the occasional joke when you don't really get something that I'm saying and make a funny joke. Okay, so this is... yeah, it's basically flat. There's a tiny uphill section there close to the end, but it's basically flat. 6 kilometers, so maybe I should push. Yeah, let's start at 88. Because rev is going to be what I need to worry about in this one. Yeah, I can definitely go hard. I could maybe save a bit during the corners or in the corners. Let's go up to 90. Up to 90. Down to 85. There's a downhill still. Maybe I can go up to 90 and recover that in the downhill. Hopefully that works. Does that work? It does work. Let's go 99. And we get the win. We get the freaking win. Come on, let's go. Let's go. We're gonna be in yellow. We are gonna be in yellow. Yay. Hello, Moaneret. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day and love winning a time trial. That is really, really a great win. I mean, I am by far the best rider, the best time trialist in this race, but it's good to be in yellow. It's, I have to say, this is a really ugly yellow jersey, in my opinion. I don't like these red stripes in it. I really don't. Also wearing green, sponsored by Rubisgas. And also the Young Riders jersey, sponsored by Jogos Santa Casa. Which is like the gaming, the lottery thing in Portugal. We are not the best team. I am looking forward to the Ronde. So this is Volta Portugal. So it's basically, it's not the highest category race in Portugal because that's Volta ao Algarve, but it's the most important race for Portuguese teams and for fans as well, I think. At least it's the one with more history to it. It's 11 days. We start with a prologue, and I mean, I have 80 prologue. I didn't even see how my race day condition was. I totally forgot to look at that. But we beat Johan Jacobs by 4 seconds only. Then Mauricio Moreira, 7 seconds behind, Matthias Norsgaard, Jay Vine, Igor Arrieta, Luis Gomes, Dan Hull, Uku Peltonen, and Antonio Tiberi. Nice, we start with the win. Yes, indeed. And I don't know how long ago it stopped being 14 days. But yeah, I remember that at least in the 90s, in the 1990s, when I started watching cycling, it was 14 days. It was 14 days. Then maybe sometime around the mid 2000s, it moved to an 11-day stage race. It still could maybe be a bit shorter. Like a lot of people defend that it should be shorter. So we get plus 21 points. That's good. Some people defend that it should be shorter, and that could maybe bring stronger teams to the race as well, to try to contend for it. Like even some World Tour teams, and if it got moved a bit earlier, but then it would overlap the Tour de France. But if it was maybe moved a bit more earlier in the season, not too much, it could be a good preparation for La Vuelta. Because 11 days is a bit too much. 11 days is a bit too much. If it was like 7 or 8 days, it could be a great race for preparing La Vuelta. The climate is similar, like the weather is similar, so it could be really good. It would be a mini Grand Tour, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It would be cool to have bigger teams. I mean, Movistar comes to the race often. Israel came to the race already, but I don't remember if they came after they became a World Tour team or if it was only in the season before becoming a World Tour team. But Movistar does come often to the race, but they don't bring huge riders, their best riders. They brought one of their talented riders, the Puerto Rican Abner Gonzalez, last season, and he finished like 5th maybe in the GC, and he did very well in the Queen stage, in the mountain stage, so in the main mountain stage. So that was actually a good platform for him to show off a bit. Oh yeah, Fox. Yeah, I did. I hate the fact that it's at night. I'm going to launch this second stage, by the way, just before that. It's supposedly a hilly stage. The finish is flat. I think I can survive these early climbs quite easily and hold on to the yellow jersey, unless Skielmose wins it, because he's not. I don't know what's the gap between him and me, but let's launch this one. We are definitely not favorites for this one. It does get some Spanish Pro Conti teams. I think Burgos and Caja and Euskaltel. Actually, I think the three of them usually come to the race. I'm seeing Trek here. Let me check. Let's use the phone. Let me check which teams were in Volta Portugal last season, because I'm feeling like Trek was in Volta Portugal last season, but I'm not sure. Volta Portugal em bicicleta. So in 2021, we had Movistar, we had Bingold, so not Spanish, but we had Bingold, we had Caja, Euskaltel, Burgos, Kern Pharma as well. Then we had Rally Cycling. We had Israel Cycling Academy, so it was not the main team, it was their development team. And we had Swift, Carbon, Pro Cycling, and then we had the Portuguese teams, of course. So no Trek, and Movistar was the only team that was present, the only World Tour team. Let me just look at the GC. So in the GC, no, Abner Gonzalez was 6th in the GC. But he was the best rider from a non-Portuguese team in the race. Like, the Portuguese teams always seem to perform really nicely in Volta Portugal. They kind of overperform. So I already saw Abner Gonzalez here in the Puerto Rican Champions jersey. And I cannot see it now. Yeah, it's here. It's quite nice. It's actually a quite nice jersey. How do I do this? Oh no! Did I? Oh, damn it! Did I? Ah, no. Okay. No, I didn't change the camera I wanted. Let me just see. The race strategy. Retain the jersey of the leader. Okay, that is my goal. That is my goal. So let's just stay at the front, take position, and not worry too much. So what was I saying? Oh, I was talking about the teams in Volta. Going back to the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Oh, it's on Saturday. It's on Saturday? Really? Okay, but is it like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday weekend? Do practice sessions start on Friday, on Thursday? But I was gonna say that I hate the fact that it's at night in Vegas, because that's gonna be super late for Europe. That is gonna be super late for Europe. Sure, it's gonna be maybe early morning in East Asia, but I think that most of the people watching are based in Europe. Most people watching F1 are based in Europe. Even though the America is of course a great market, a really huge market, and F1 is trying to get it, to expand it. But I don't like the fact that we have a night race in America. But I mean, yeah, it's Vegas. It had to be, right? It had to be a night race. It had to be a night race. So we're in Serra de Lausanne, but the pace is quite low. I can easily manage. Not sure why I'm not being protected. Well, I mean, Henrique Casemiro is definitely our GC leader, but I should have at least one rider protecting me. I mean, I'm wearing the yellow jersey, for God's sakes. You hope my pro has decent contract offers. Your Italian climber got no offers from climbing teams despite a good first season. That is not good. That is not good. I'm probably going to move to Bardiani, because that was the team. Well, I mean, I have, I think, 3 teams that I could use my contacts of interest with. One of them was Bardiani, the other one was Euskaltel, and there was another one, and I don't remember who that was. And I thought that Bardiani could be the coolest choice, for the simple fact that they should enter several World Tour races. So that may give me the first bit of experience with my rider in World Tour races. I wasn't sure of that. I mean, with Euskaltel, I could also have that, of course, because they would be in the Spanish World Tour races. But like, there's more in Italy, I think. Actually, now that I think about that, maybe there are not more in Italy. Because in Italy you have the Giro d'Italia, you also have a Grand Tour in Spain, of course. And then you have Tirreno. And concerning stage races, that's it. Although Tirreno sometimes has 2 time trials, so that would be good for me. And in Spain you have Catalonia and the Basque Country, so you have at least 2 stage races. Although Catalonia does not have a time trial, so I should struggle in that one. But yeah, I decided to try Bardiani, so I'm hoping that I can get a contract offer from them. Your guy came second in the Italian ITT and 18th in the world, and none of the Italian teams had any interest. Oh man. Yeah, I would like if sometimes the teams would actually look more for riders that make sense for them, like in an historical sense, like having the Italian teams, of course, going mostly for Italian riders, and I think sometimes that goes away a bit in the game. Although, to be fair, I have not progressed to to a second season in PCM 2021, which is a bit odd. So I haven't seen a lot of what happens in reality in the game. But stuff like Trek going for a lot of Italian riders, they do have the sponsors wanting that, but I don't really see that being a major focus in the transfer market. I mean, the transfer market as a whole should be definitely revamped. I hate the fact that on day one, you can sign whichever riders you want for your team, and the other teams cannot do anything about that. Like, it should be, okay, you make the offers, but you don't immediately sign them. The rider goes home, he thinks about the contract offer, he gets a few more offers from the AI teams, and then he decides where he wants to go. But yeah, it's too easy to build your own team this way. Like the last career mode that I made was, and I only did 2 seasons of that. It was with UAE, but it was a Fabio Aru series. I streamed that as well. It was Make It or Break It with Fabio Aru. So I only played races where Fabio Aru was in. And I tried I tried not to abuse the transfer system, and did improve the team a bit, but not that much. Like I didn't want to have an OP team. Not that UAE does not have an OP team currently in real life, but that's another thing. But I like it. It's only fun, in my opinion, when you're playing career mode. If you, wow, what is the steepness of that? Let me just, I cannot, can I? This is a downhill at 17%, 18%, 19%. Wow. Wow, 19.4% downhill. Crazy. Yeah, you can see the steepness of this. That's really sharp. But for me, if you want to keep the career mode balanced, you need to hold yourself in the fetch water bottles. Come on, let's have someone else fetching the water bottles. Fabio Fernandes is doing that. I need to hold with the leaders. Gaspar Gonçalves was setting the pace, but now he stopped. There's still a huge gap to the breakaway. But still 60 kilometers to go. Anyway. It had to be a night race. I think the spectacle will be fantastic, true, but the racing could be quite boring. I briefly saw something about the layout. I don't know if it's the official layout or the official track, or if it was something made up by people. I actually did not see that properly. Why is... Okay, let's have Rafael Silva protecting me. But we should be fine. I mean, the major difficulties are gone. So I can even try to win another stage by attacking late. We'll see how this goes. The pace is really high at the moment. It's really high. It will definitely be a great spectacle to go down the Las Vegas Strip. I think that's part of the track. Visually, it's going to be quite cool. But yeah, I didn't really like the layout. Didn't seem to be too technical, just basically long straights. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, I impose myself some limitations. I do that. I don't know if everyone does that, but it's the way I like to play games. I always, even sports management games, I always like to have a kind of role-playing approach to the way I play, and I like to keep things balanced. I don't like to abuse the system. Like, for instance, I play Motorsport Manager, and a lot of people know that if you build a really OP car part at the end of the season with a lot of risk parts, yeah, if you build risky parts at the end of the season, that is going to help you in the following season, because you don't use that part, but that serves as the base for the performance in the following season. And I don't do that because I think it really is abusing the game mechanics, and I don't like to do stuff that the AI does not know how to do, basically. So let's put someone on my wheel. I could put Henrique Casimir. Why is Henrique Casimir? He's our GC leader. Come on. Get into my wheel, man. Get into my wheel. He's our GC leader. Yeah, I know. It definitely 18% in downhill beats 18% in a climb. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Motorsport Manager is a good game. It's a good game. I usually stream it on Fridays, or I have been streaming it on Fridays. I will not stream it tomorrow. I decided to try something different. I'll stream Tomb Raider, the 2013 game, for the simple fact that I have had it unfinished for, I don't know, 2 years? For about 2 years, maybe? Okay, I'll try an attack. So hopefully Pedro Andrade will stop. We have Price Peterson here. I can surprise my opponents. So let's surprise them. Let's do an attack, strong attack. And now 85 aerodynamic positioning. Okay, this kind of worked. 16 kilometers still to go. There are 16 kilometers to go. We're 30 seconds ahead of everyone. I can definitely keep the 85 going. McLeod. Duncan McLeod? Is that Duncan McLeod? Got dropped. Now Carvalho got dropped as well. Come on. Come on. We're 40 seconds ahead of the peloton. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. 45 seconds. There's still 10 kilometers to go. Can I hold the 85? Ooh. It's a bit downhill. There's a bit of a downhill here. So maybe I'm 50 seconds ahead. Oh my. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh man. Oh man. No, I did not register, Go Spurs. I did not register. I will talk about that in just a bit. So five-ish kilometers to go. Let's use the gel. 45 seconds. I'm gonna win it. I'm gonna win it. Let's go up to 90 in the downhill. We have a tiny. Oh, that's not even a true uphill. 40 seconds. 2.5k to go. I'm gonna win the stage again. I'm gonna win another one. Am I? Am I celebrating too early? 1.5 kilometers. Come on, final kilometer. Final kilometer. And we are out of energy, but crossing the line for another win, Zacarias Silva. 2 out of 2, and we extend our lead. I hope this counts. I hope this counts as a gap. If it doesn't count, I'm gonna punch the screen. No, I'm not. I won't punch the screen. Oh, now I'm abusing the mechanics, but like using the surprising opponents and aerodynamic positioning. So all the talk I just did about, oh no, I don't want to do anything that the AI does not do. Yeah. Shh. Forget about that. Forget about that. It has to be a gap. It has to be a gap. Oh man, that was so lovely. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed too hard. I lost a bit of time here at the end, like in the final 200 meters or so. Oh, this has to be a gap. Let's check the podium. 29 seconds gap. Wow. Wow. Unreal. Unbelievable. 2 wins in 2 stages of Volta Portugal. We're 43 seconds ahead of Johan Jacobs now. Let's enjoy it while it lasts, because once we reach Serra da Estrela, the Queen stage, it's gonna go away. Oh. And we lead the team classification. Come on, sponsor, you wanted 1 stage win? How about 2? How about 2? Now you better give me a great contract, teams. You better give me a great contract. Plus 33 points. Way to go, way to go. And the manager satisfaction is still only at 95%. Seems legit. Seems legit. Budget down for FDG. It only works sometimes. That is true. That is true. And I mean, I have a good flat stat as well to help me keep that. Well, it didn't work in the previous one, in that Turkey race that we tried. We led someone else to the win, but it did work in this one. It did work in this one. Go Spurs. Going back to your question about the PCM22 beta, I did not register for the simple fact that I would not be able to install the beta for PCM22 and keep PCM21 installed at the same time. So yeah, that would definitely not be possible. And so that is why I didn't even register. If I had the available storage space for that to install the game, I would probably have registered. Okay, so we now have a finish in Lourdes. It's a hilly finish, so I'm definitely not going to be able to win this one because that's too steep for me. But I should be able, because maybe there won't be a gap, I should be able to hold the yellow jersey. Also, the yellow jersey shown here has nothing to do with what I'm actually wearing. Yeah, none of these look the same. Interesting. Go Spurs, you are a World DB specialist. Can you explain it? Like, the points jersey I was wearing was green. And actually, was it green? Maybe it wasn't. Or was it white? I don't remember. Definitely the yellow jersey is different. Like, even the sponsor is different in this mini jersey and the real one. And the Young Rider jersey also has a different sponsor. And I think the colors of these are not the correct ones. I'll try to check that as we start this stage. So, stage 3, stage 3, and yeah, the objective is basically to hold the GC lead. Wow, I can hardly believe that I won the first 2 stages in Volta Portugal. It's so crazy, so crazy. And I'll have to do some water bottle refilling in a bit. Oops, don't fall. Oh, again? Yeah, empty plastic water bottles are apparently hard to keep standing. So yeah, I'll have to do a short break, maybe in half an hour or so, to refill my water bottle. Hello, Taylor. How are you doing? You must have missed a lot by the sounds of it. I mean, welcome in, by the way, and I hope you're having a good day. We have won with Zacarias Silva the first 2 stages of Volta Portugal, a time trial or a prologue to start the race. So we got the yellow jersey, and then in the second stage I attacked with 17 kilometers to go, and I got to win the stage with 29 seconds, with a 29 seconds lead over the peloton, and I currently have over 40 seconds over second place in the GC. I am definitely gonna lose that, at least in stage 5, because it's a summit finish and it's a 20-kilometer climb. There's no way I'm going to be able to hold the leader's jersey after that one. But at least I'm having some fun with this and winning stages. And before that, we had a one-day race in which I also tried an attack late in the race. I didn't make that work, but then I managed to follow a second attack by another rider. I followed that attack, and we kind of worked together for a bit. Like, he initially worked, then I was working in the final kilometers, but that eventually led to me being out of energy for the final 500 meters, and he sprinted, he won the stage. That rider won the stage. I got second, but it was still really fun. It was still really fun. No, these are being really enjoyable stages so far. I'm sure once the mountains come in this one, it's not going to be fun anymore. But this one is taking so long to load. It's taking so long to load. So I'm expecting that it's going to be somewhat laggy in my computer. I have a +5. That's still too steep for me at the end, but I have a +5. It's 74 hill. Only 65 acceleration though. Wow. Okay, retain the yellow jersey. I can do that. I think I can do that. Let's have Pedro Andrade protecting me. Rafael Silva, yeah, you can be in automatic. We're all having great race day conditions. I mean, the team definitely prepared for this race. So yeah, as you can see, the yellow jersey is different. Yeah, the points jersey with Mauricio Moreira is also different. It's green, and in that screen in the mini jersey it was red. Then there's a different sponsor here for Johan Jacobs in the white jersey. And the mountain jersey, I don't remember it ever being like this. We never had a polka dot jersey. It used to be blue. The mountain jersey used to be blue in the past, but currently I think it's, I don't know. Is it red? Or red is for the points? I don't remember now. But yeah, this is a bit weird. Damn it, Bostock. Absolutely. Is he at least a good rider? +5, a very good opportunity to increase the advantage. You think so? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That is way too steep for me at the end. That is way too steep. So I think I don't know, I should... Even with 74 hill, I do have a great resistance, 77 on the day. But, wait, what? Why am I not at the front of the peloton? Take position there? Why am I not... Why was I dropping? Didn't I give the take position at the front instruction at the beginning? I thought I had. It might be a bit too hard. At least... Or if I want to do that, I will have to try a different approach, because I don't think I can attack over those hills close to the end. By the way, how good of a rider is Bostock? Because I definitely never heard of him before. As I mentioned many times, I don't have a great knowledge of the continental peloton. Not even of the Portuguese teams. I mean, I know a few riders, but not that many. But I definitely have... Oh, this is again the same thing. We have Glass Drive and FAPL riders all looking the same. They all look the same. This is so messy. Like, I hope that they bring new jerseys for Volta Portugal, because otherwise it's gonna be just a massive yellow blob in the peloton. And really confusing, especially because current Glass Drive was last year's FAPL. So yeah, that's something. That is something. Wait, there's... What? There's a breakaway group of 17 riders. Fabio Fernandes crashed. No. Is he withdrawing? No. Wait, is he? He's losing time. He's gonna withdraw. Fabio Fernandes is down. Yeah. Fabio... Oh no. We'll lose one teammate. Fabio Fernandes. Okay, so we're still really far away. I'm gonna put this in ×8, like killing the frame rate a bit and making you all dizzy for a bit with the helicopter view and whatnot. Because, like, look away for a bit. Look away while I do this. Come on, Gaspar Gonçalves cannot even follow the peloton. He cannot even follow the peloton. Oh, I cannot go back to the main... cannot go back to the main view if I haven't selected my rider. That is so weird. Like, this kid is so weak. Actually, he's not. No, he's not. Francisco Guerreiro is the worst one. The weakest rider in the team today. Yeah, I don't know then. Rafael Silva bringing some water. All goody goody. Oh, many riders in the breakaway have been dropped already, but 17 riders in the beginning. I haven't seen this that often. Can Rafael Silva not bring the water? Okay, he has brought it. Maybe you can move to my wheel now. Let's just confuse them. Let's confuse the AI, having two Silvas together, just to make them a bit confused. Let's up this to 75. The pace is upping. We are dropping a bit in the peloton. And I would not like to be dropped in at this point. You check the real mountain jersey is a polka dot. Really? Oh, maybe then that changed last year. It's a polka dot? It definitely changed last year. So maybe they want to make it look more like the Tour de France. Yeah, Volta Portugal. 4th Grand Tour confirmed. Okay, thank you for that, man. Thank you for that. I was pretty much convinced that it was still not, that it was not that. I mean, I have the jerseys that come with the World EV, so I trust the work you guys do. I absolutely trust the work you guys do. I do remember seeing this points jersey at some point in the recent years. And even with this sponsor, I do remember that. Okay, so we have a climb here in Salemas. The pace is going up with Trek Segafredo. Ooh, Brambilla and Tony Galopin. Okay, that is a bold move by them. Are they? No, I thought they were gonna try to go away. That would be interesting. That would be something interesting, but they're probably working for Schialmosa. Let's try to stay with them. Okay, this is about to finish. And we are safe. Okay. Let's go down to 70. I don't know, should I attack? I don't think I'm capable of doing that. But also it's gonna be boring. Let me check the profile of the next stage. So stage 4. Might be a bit more suited for me. I might not have I might not have a +5, but it could suit me a bit better. So I think I'm gonna go to the Queen stage, at least wearing yellow. So this next climb is definitely too far, also too steep for me to attack on. So I'll just try to survive in this one. Oh, Henrique Casemiro is now... Can you maybe move to the front? Why am I controlling you? You are our GC leader. Can you maybe move there? Okay, we're starting the climb. Let's up the effort with Henrique. Also up to 90. This was quite short. This was quite short, but at least I can hold the position. I can do it. I don't know. I mean, I did. It is short. It is quite short. So maybe I can. Maybe I can. Could it happen? Meruju. Meruju, welcome in. How are you doing? Vamos embora. Zimbora. Bora lá. How are you doing today, man? How has your day been so far? It's okay. Let's try to take position more to the front as we are approaching those climbs. Enrique Casmiro, I'm gonna put him at like 92 so he doesn't get dropped. I don't really want to have to control him. And now let's move. Oh, I'm not in the best position. I'm not in the best position. But definitely I cannot push. Oh, no, 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 no. Who is attacking? Tony Galopin again. But didn't he, like, lose all of his energy in the previous push on that other climb earlier? Oh, and Enrique Casmiro is now... Of course he is. Okay, we have another one again. So let's keep it at 90. Staying here at the front. Oh, those guys are attacking. Those guys are attacking. Vanden Bosch is attacking. Let's make sure I can stay here. We're approaching. Oh, energy gel for everyone. Energy gel for everyone. Let's have me on the wheel of... I cannot do this properly now. Come on. Okay. Rafael Silva and Zacarias on his wheel. Can this work? Can this work? Can this work? No, this is not gonna work. Final kilometer. Oof. Yeah, I was too aggressive. I was too aggressive. So I'm not winning the stage. Gianluca Brambilla is gonna take it. But I'm gonna finish in the top 5. That's good. That's good. Gianluca Brambilla beats Rafael Silva, then Mauricio Moreira, Frederic Figueiredo and Zacarias Silva finishing in the top 5. It's not bad. It isn't bad, but maybe I pushed too hard. I think I pushed too hard. Well, anyway. I think I could not really have done anything else unless I pushed earlier with my team to maybe drop a few other riders. Only 33 finished the stage together in the main peloton, in the main group. And Gianluca Brambilla winning a stage in the 4th Grand Tour. So easy to push too hard, but you got points and mountain points. True. That is true. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Could I have maybe gone only at 95 at the end instead of going 99? Would that have worked better? Because that would have made the red bar last longer, but I don't know if I would be in the position I was still. Anyway, I mean, I cannot win them all, right? I cannot win them all. Still a top 5. Zacarias Silva still leading the GC, now with Mauricio Moreira in 2nd. Gonçalo Carvalho the best climber. Zacarias Silva still on the points. And of course in the young rider classification. And we also lead the team's classification. Hooray! Hooray! And Gianluca Brambilla is the only rider who can beat Zacarias. Enrique Casmiro did not lose any time, so that's good. But probably all... Yeah, Tony Galopin ended up losing a lot of time. But I guess he was working for Gianluca Brambilla. I guess he was working, so it paid off for them. It's paid off. A good result for the Portuguese Stefan Kung. Yeah, time-trialist and Northern Classics specialist. We might even get up to level 8 during Volta. That would be good. That would be good if we get enough points. But I am going to lose the leader's jersey soon, so maybe that won't hold for long. Yeah, that is a great nickname. That is a great nickname for him, the Portuguese Kung. Interesting budget for Astana and budget down for EF. And manager satisfaction up to 98%. Okay. Okay, guys, so I think I'm going to refill my water bottle, hopefully as this stage loads. Hopefully that's gonna work. I will do as I usually do. I will swap to the be right back screen, and then I'll put a 90-second ad, and I'll say this once again, because I want to make that clear. It's not because of the money. It's because the ads get rid of pre-roll ads on Twitch. So if I do this for the next 30 minutes, everyone who comes to the channel does not have to watch a channel. And I do this in breaks, only when I do breaks, because that means you don't really lose anything that's happening in the channel. So I will be right back. I won't take more than 2 minutes. The break is going to be the ad break is going to be 1.5 minutes only. So yeah, it's going to be super short, and I'll see you back in just a tiny bit. Okay, guys, I'm back. Oh, you need to go Spurs. Okay, sorry for you probably went before I put the be right back screen. I hope you are still there, and have a great rest of your day, man. Thank you so much for being around. Really appreciate it. And I will see you on another day, potentially next Thursday, because that is the day in which I stream Pro Cycling Manager. And of course, I also said that I was going to put the stage loading before going on the break. And yeah, as you can see, I did not. I totally forgot about that. So thank you for sticking around over the short break, and thank you for putting up with the ads. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I've seen that in the 2 years that or almost 2 years that I've been streaming, I've made like $2 of ad money, which, I mean, it's irrelevant basically. But the fact is that being an affiliate means that ads are always going to be a thing, which also means, let's put Pedro Andrade here protecting Zacarias, and let's just take position here at the front, which also means, so being affiliate means that ads are going to be always going to be a thing. And there are two ways I can deal with that. I can either have pre-roll ads, which is the default option I have. So whenever someone who is not subbed to the channel, whenever someone new joins the channel or comes to the channel, they get, I think it's a 30-second ad, or at least 2 ads that go up to 30 seconds. And I'm okay with that. I know that a lot of people absolutely hate pre-roll ads. I could have sprinted for this one. Well, I mean, not with 56 sprint. I know that a lot of people hate pre-roll ads, and that many people are sometimes jumping from channel to channel and they don't stick around if they see an ad as soon as they join a channel they don't know. But I prefer that because the other option would be that every 30 minutes I would have to do just what I just did. Every 30 minutes, in order to not have pre-rolls, every 30 minutes I would have to run a 90-second ad period. And honestly, I prefer to not bring in new viewers than to kind of upset with the regulars that come to the channel and to give them a 90-second ad every 30 minutes. That would be pretty annoying. So I prefer to keep the pre-roll ads on, and whenever I do a break, if I can, I'll put the manual ads, and then in that situation that cancels the pre-rolls for 30 minutes. So I think it's the way I like to do it. It's probably the more balanced way in my opinion, but yeah, there's always a big discussion about how to do that. If I could get rid of ads, I would, but unfortunately it's not possible. And I mean, we also know that Twitch does need to make money, so this is their way to make money. Pre-roll is definitely better. Yeah. I agree with that. I prefer, and I mean, to be really honest, if a viewer coming to my, because I don't play like speed runs, or I'm not always going super fast with everything I do. I'm very calm, and that's basically the vibe I like on my streams. And if someone coming to my channel cannot wait for a 30-second ad, which also makes me think that maybe having the ad break when I go for water maybe is not even needed. Because if someone cannot really wait for a 30-second ad to check if they like someone, I don't know if that viewer is ever going to enjoy my channel. Honestly, I don't think that viewer is ever going to enjoy my channel. They don't bother you. You can just kill the sound if you wish. Yeah. I mean, because it's in a break, it's also not going to have you lose anything important in the stream. As if the other way around, if I had the scheduled ads like every 30 minutes, in that case, then I could be going through something interesting and then you would lose what was happening, and that sucks harder than having pre-rolls, in my opinion. You came back from the dishes, Diogo. Since I'm speaking about the affiliate, you clearly could apply to it, but they ask too much private infos other than revenue, so do I reckon that you're losing something by not applying? So, I mean, the downside of not being in would be that you can't, I mean, of course you cannot directly monetize things directly on Twitch, but there are other ways to do that. There's Patreon, there are donations if people want to contribute, of course. But other than that, other than the monetization, you get the advantage of not having ads by not being affiliate. But you may have the disadvantage of not having channel points. And channel points are a cool way to interact with your viewers, or more regular viewers that accumulate more points to interact with you in cool, funny ways. That's something that a lot of people like. So I would say that's the biggest downside of not being an affiliate. It's not having access to channel points. and the emotes as well. But I mean, for the emotes, actually, now, do you as a non-affiliate have access to follower emotes? Because I'm not sure about that. Because initially we only had the subscriber emotes, but now they introduced the follower emotes. But I'm not sure if that's available to everyone or just for affiliate channels. Every new viewer can just instantly sub. Problem solved. Yeah. Do you think you get less recommended by not being affiliate? Officially, no. That is what Twitch says, that there is no difference between recommendations between being affiliates or not. But I don't know if that's true. I think I read something about that lately on Reddit. Someone was asking something similar, and people were saying that no, that is not the case, that you don't get recommended more for being affiliate. But I mean, I have no way to confirm that. I absolutely have no idea if that's true. GG Vader sad. You have tried to have emotes, so you don't know. You never tried. Yeah, you should have, you can check that. Oh no, you probably can't. Because I'm pretty sure that the emotes thing is associated. So in your dashboard, on your Twitch dashboard, there is a thing, there's a new tab that you get once you become affiliate. And there's the viewer rewards or something around there. I mean, you can look for that. You can search for that there, but I'm pretty sure now that you only get that once you're affiliate. But yeah, those are basically the downsides of not being affiliate. You don't have channel points and you don't have emotes. And of course, people can't sub or can't cheer, but I mentioned that if you want to be monetized, there's other ways that people can do that by donations and through other platforms, not just Patreon, but there are other platforms as well. Okay, so we're 45 kilometers from the finish. There's a group of 4 riders up the road, 2 minutes ahead, so they should be caught. And I think I will attack. Ideally, it would be... Wow, I love this name. Retachos Cebolais de Cima. What a name. What a name. Serra de San Miguel? San Miguel? This is not Spain, guys. This is not Spain. Okay, so I'm well positioned. I'm on a +4, by the way, so it's a really good day for me. So I think, yeah, I will probably try to attack at the top of that category 4 climb, not the one we are currently on, and then try to go to the end. Let's see how this goes. They ask for too much things. I think so. I guess so. I don't remember now. But yeah, I think they ask for stuff related with taxes and your taxpayer info. But yeah, I did it. I don't remember 100% now what I actually had to give them, but yeah, that is true. If you don't ask, you don't get. Bank account, yeah, that is true. I remember the ID and the bank account details. Wait, Did I have to give that? I don't remember that. Because like I'm the money I make from Twitch when I get the payments, it's transferred over PayPal. Okay, so people are going hard. Jay Vine, Mauricio Moreira, I need to go towards the front. I need to go towards the front. Enrique, why don't you come to my wheel? Because that's a good wheel for you to be on. So let me move to the front. Let's be the ones setting the pace. Oh, we're still trying to catch the breakaway. Let's use the energy gel here. Am I going too hard? That's not hard enough for me to attack, I think. Enrique is being butchered by me. Come on, come on, come on. I think I'm going too hard. Where's my mouse pointer? It's here. I'm already using so much energy, even before launching the attack. Can I use this? I cannot use this time. So hard attack. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, there's 3 riders. Were these the guys from the breakaway? Ah, this is not going to work this time. Oh, aerodynamic positioning. Totally forgot. Totally forgot I had this. Look at the boost. Wow. That was massive. 10 kilometers. It's not going to work this time. It is not going to work this time. I don't think I have enough energy for this. I need to drop the effort. I need to drop the effort. Ooh, I need to drop it more. Otherwise, I'll risk losing the yellow jersey. Oh, actually, wait, the gap is increasing. 40 seconds. But I need to lower this more. 70. Ah, this is going to be too hard. This is going to be too hard. Yeah, I have that. I have that. No, but it's only in Pro Cyclist mode. It's only in Pro Cyclist mode. Oh, man. 1 minute. I'm a minute ahead. Did they just give up? Did they just give up? 2 kilometers? What the heck is this? They gave up. They gave up. They're not chasing me. I'm still increasing the gap. Let's try to get as much time as possible. And sprinting. And that's win number 3 for Zacarias Silva in 4 stages in Volta Portugal. And we get like 2 minutes. No, it's 1.5 minutes. Over César Martin Gil. What the heck, game? What the heck? Oh man. Oh man. Oh wow. Swashbuckling attack. Fortune favors the brave. I was not expecting this. I mean, honestly, I thought I was about to be caught. But then they just quit. This sometimes happens in PCM, to be honest. And fortunately, Enrique Casimiro did not lose time to the other GC favorites. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Zacarias, you beast. 3 wins. I am breaking the game. I am really breaking the game. Oh, might don't win. Might don't win. Lovely scenes. Absolutely. Oh, I missed the podium. Damn it. Clicked the wrong button. Holy crap. Holy crap. 1 minute and 32 seconds. And plus 10. I'm 2:24 ahead. The problem is, it's this. The problem is this. Now, if I don't lose too much time on this one, yeah, I'll never survive this. But if I don't lose too much time on this, like if I have a +5, if I don't lose too much time on this one, and if I once again can do stuff like I just did in stages like this one, or this one, not this one, and maybe this one. Yeah, and not this one because this is Senhora da Graça. I mean, why not? Why not? Oh, you are definitely a good luck charm, Fox. You are definitely a good luck charm. I'm betting that you are about to buy Pro Cycling Manager for yourself just because of this. Are you not? Are you not? Even if I bug the game and grab the moto up the hill or something like that. Yeah, I will never be able to survive that one. Freshness good. Yeah. Is this gonna change for the next one? Like, maybe this is freshness good just after... Also, yeah, my recovery stat is not great. I'm actually curious about... Uno X is to be strengthened. Ah, okay, so this... The freshness refreshed for the following day, so it's excellent again. Mads Pedersen announced a contract extension. Oh yeah, there's so much that could be done in terms of contracts and transfer negotiations in PCM. So many good things that could be done. Okay, please game, give me a +5. Give me a +5 today. That is all I ask for. Well, maybe not all that I ask for, but anyway. J Vine is the main favorite, then Gebrek Xavier, Skiel Mose, Brambilla, Antonio Tiberi. Like, it's the full track team? Not the full track team, but it's pretty much close. Pretty much close. Come on. Come on. Yeah, +10. Maybe +10. Currently looking into buying out your lease. Yeah. Oh man. Pro Cycling Manager, again, this game is not even spectacular graphically, but when the stages are loading, it puts so much strain in the computer that like my camera sometimes misses a lot of frames. There's even a warning about that in OBS. And I don't even think it's just because my computer is not an amazing computer, because I have seen other people, other streamers, like I've seen this happen in the past with Team Soski as well, and with Guillaume, and they have better computers than I do. And in this screen, in some bits, it would happen with them again. So it's definitely a game thing. It's definitely not optimized. My lead is like, no, it's over 2 minutes, right? It's over 2 minutes. I think my lead is over 2 minutes. Keep your head on that final climb and you might keep yellow. It's over 2 minutes. Let me just recheck that. It's like 2.5 minutes, I think. I'm on a +4. So that's not bad. Yeah, 2:24. My lead is 2:24. So absolutely, I think, I don't know. I think I don't know. That's basically it. I have 68 mountain on the day and 75 resistance. I just can't go if people attack, because my acceleration would definitely kill me. I need to pace myself up. I'm going to have Francisco Guerreiro protecting me and Pedro Andrade on my wheel. So I'll start with the weakest of the two, being the one protecting me. And I need to maintain position at the front, take position. Yeah, 2.5 minutes. I mean, it's a massively long climb. It's steep. It's not the steepest climb in the world, but it's a steep one. It is a steep one. Ooh, Gaspar Gonçalves is in the breakaway, like our worst rider. No, Francisco Guerreiro is the worst rider. So Gaspar Gonçalves going in the breakaway. Now, if the AI was smart, he would conserve his energy so he could help me out later in the race. But we all know that's not going to happen. That is... He's going to use everything he has and what he doesn't have as well in order to stay up the road, and then he will be kind of useless for me. You never thought of having a Gregario on your wheel? No, a lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. Because, like, he spends less energy this way and he's always there for you. He's always there for you. Yeah, the +4 is helping. Like, the whole team is having great race day condition during the race. Even if the others are not having fitness peaks, they definitely prepared for the race, and they have good fitness and also are getting the benefit of the race day conditions because of that. Like Pedro Andrade is 99% at 99%, and Francisco Guerreiro at 97%. Let's enjoy the beautiful fake landscape of Portugal. And let's hope I don't get distracted with that and don't drop my position in the peloton. Still doing okay. Relatively well positioned. Yeah, let's go here. It's easier to keep track of this. Tiago Machado crashing. Probably random code, but that makes sense to you. Your team has already overachieved, so they are all relaxed and happy. That should be the case in career mode because you have the morale system and all that. So maybe it actually applies to the Pro Cyclist mode as well. There used to be in previous editions, you would actually have a race day condition bonus if you were leading the GC, and that's how when I was doing the but I never got to record that. But when I tried to do a career for YouTube with Groupama FDG, I played the Giro d'Italia with Sebastian Reichenbach. Oh, I'm dropping a bit. I am dropping a bit. Let's not panic. Let's not panic. But Glass Drive is setting a strong pace. I went to the Giro d'Italia with Sebastian Reichenbach as the leader, and the objective initially was to maybe get a stage win or the mountain jersey. The fact is that I had the fitness peak early on, so I got great results very early in the race, and then I had +5s and +4s every single stage until the end. I managed to finish third in the GC of the Giro d'Italia with Sebastian Reichenbach, and I led the GC for like half of the stages. It was ridiculously OP. The way I could consistently have +5s and +4s every single day. I don't think it's as OP currently, because even if you have the fitness peak and it's an objective, you are not guaranteed to have +5 and +4 every single day. But it does help a lot. Huge bonuses to resistance. Yeah, I mean, today I have +9. Today I have +9. I think the difference in more recent PCM versions is that you no longer get a bonus for being the GC leader or for overperforming in the GC. But you might get something for having good morale or that, but it's not visible. It's not as visible, I think. Okay, so the pace is increasing again here in Serra da Gardunha. We're still 65 kilometers from the finish. Oh no! Guerreiro crashed, so Rafael Silva is so far behind. Pedro Andrade, protect me. Protect me if you can. And Rafael Silva, I would like to have you joining me at the front. Like, can you like go at 90 maybe? Can you do that? And join me up there? Okay, Serra da Gardunha is done. Let's drop the pace or drop the effort level. It's improved. Transfer is also improved. Yeah, but still far from perfect. Absolutely. Absolutely. The system is like I mentioned earlier, I sometimes need to hold myself off to not create a super OP team because it's super easy to do that. Especially if you early in a career mode, if you hire all the youngsters that you know are have very high potential, and it's really easy to do that. After a couple of seasons, your team is practically unbeatable in every single terrain. So I try to hold that off. Okay, let's have Rafael Silva now. Actually, I should have Rafael Silva protecting me and Pedro Andrade on my wheel, because Pedro Andrade is having a better day. So it's Silva, the Silva duo. PCM 13 was your first. Ah no, my first was PCM 18. My first one was PCM 2018, so I'm very recent to the series. I think I got it in January of 2019. It was on sale, so I thought, oh, why not? Why not? Let's get this. And since then, I've bought 19, 20, and 21 on release day, or I pre-purchased it. Even though a lot of people say that, and it's kind of true that, yeah, you don't have a lot of new things in every edition. Okay, let's try to take position with Henrique Casemiro here at the front, and Rafael Silva is protecting him, and Pedro Andrade is going to protect me. So at least I'll be protecting the guy who is potentially our GC leader. He's also our best climber. So worst case, and Gaspar Gonçalves is attacking or following an attack. Like, no, man, no, that is so not useful. No, Miki, no. That is so not right. You're still on 20? Didn't see much reason to get 21. Yeah, I mean, I think the next one with the announcements they made with the scouting system should be a good one. That should be a good one. Okay, the pace has died completely, and now Gaspar Gonçalves is attacking. Come on, don't do that, guy. Don't do that, man. He probably attacked for the KOM points. Let's try to drop the pace a bit here. We still have Glass Drive pacing in the peloton. And now the big one is going to start. I mean, it doesn't officially start already, but we are already going uphill from this point onwards. And I probably need to conserve my energy a bit better. Gaspar Gonçalves, come to my wheel, please. Yeah, don't just drop down the peloton. Come on. What the heck? What the heck? Let's put Henrique Casemiro to the front. Zacarias here. Gaspar Gonçalves, can you join us? Can you join us? Thank you very much. Like today? Like today, before we actually start the proper climb, because I'm pretty sure that Alpecin and Trek are going to start pacing really, really hard from the get-go, and yeah, there they are. There they go. Now I should just allow myself to get dropped, right? I should definitely do that. Even if they push harder, I should not try to keep up with their pace, because that will not help me. Even 74 this is too much. This is way too much. Danhul and Gianluca Brambilla are at the front. Yeah, I'll try to go at like 74-ish. Something like that. I should have gotten some water. Okay, Pedro Andrade is done. Now Gaspar Gonçalves is going to protect me. And maybe I should actually have Henrique Casemiro on my wheel, because I'm still doing better than him. For 15 kilometers, let's up the pace a bit. He's right at the front. Maybe I can actually drop his pace a bit. Maybe he can drop a bit as well. Yeah, no. Don't push, Marty. Don't push. Just allow yourself to get dropped from the peloton. Don't worry with that. And maybe drop Henrique Casemiro. Yeah, because he's not going to be able to survive anyway. Amaro Antunes attacking. So yeah, screw it. I'm going to to try my best with Zacarias, which is probably going to be really hard to achieve. But I don't know. Yeah, hydrate, but I didn't really want to do that early. Should I do it now? Come on. Okay, Henrique, you get the water. There's still time for that. And like, join us, please. Don't get dropped. Don't get dropped. That is perfect. Are you gonna give me the water, please? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And energy gel on you now, because you are now going to be the one protecting Zacarias. Oh no, yeah, I'm almost done, and there's still 9.5 kilometers to go. This is never gonna work. Good lad, Casemiro. Good lad, Casemiro. Yeah, working for Zacarias. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I'm gonna go at 65, at least for now. I mean, I'm in a group with Gebrek Xavier. Or almost in a group with them. I am. It's impossible, I know. No, that's not true. That's impossible. Words, Wise Words by Luke Skywalker. Let's drop this to 60. I'm about 2 minutes behind the front riders. With 3.5 kilometers to go for me, maybe. They're increasing the gap now. Come on. Come on, Zacarias. No, it's not gonna work. Yeah, I'm 3 minutes down now. God damn it. And they're blocking me now. Great. Great. Matthias Kelmose wins the stage ahead of Mauricio Moreira. And yeah, Enrique, you can actually sprint for the line. Thank you for all the help. We're gonna lose the leader's jersey. Maybe still staying in the top 10? Who knows? We finished 20th in the stage. I mean, I have 63 mountain. That's my base stat. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. It's a GG. Yeah, I mean, it did work nicely. I mean, even I'm actually surprised. I'm actually surprised that Gaspar Gonçalves did provide some help. It did provide some help. So okay, I'm not even complaining about the AI. I'm not even complaining about it. Let me just speed this up. And then Enrique Casimiro, of course. He did help a lot. Okay, podium. Skelmos is 17 seconds ahead of Mauricio Moreira, then Amaro Antunes and Luis Fernandes. More to us! Hello, hello! Welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Let me shout out Policy Forge More to us, who was playing or continuing his adventure in Pathfinder Kingmaker, which he started. I think you started playing that this week, right? How are you doing, man? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, raiders. All the Pathfinder. Did you need to restart it again? Oh, and now I missed the GC. I'm still on the lead of the points classification, at least, and I'm second in the young rider classification. So to everyone who came with More to Us raid, I am Mario. I am currently, I would say, full-time streamer because situations happen. I currently play mostly Crusader Kings and Pro Cycling Manager and Motorsport Manager. Some of those games you can also find in Policy Forge More to Us streams. And today is Pro Cycling Manager Day. I am playing Pro Cyclist mode, so I play as a single rider. I sometimes can't control my teammates, but I play as a single rider. His name is Zacarias Silva. He's a Portuguese, and my goal is to make him time trial and road champion of the world. That might happen in the future. And we are currently riding Volta Portugal, the biggest race in Portugal. So yeah, that is it. That is my presentation. I'm as you can see, pretty chilled. That is the vibe on the stream and of most people around. So welcome in, and I hope you enjoy it. You forgot about bags of holding and supplies, so you wasted too much time and your kingdom crumbles. Oh, I didn't even know you actually had a kingdom in the game. I thought, well, I mean, yeah, Kingmaker. That probably makes sense. But I thought that it was just like a story game. You just had a story to follow, but I didn't know you actually had to hold a kingdom. So that's cool. So it didn't that happen as well when you had to restart, that you forgot about your supplies? So we are still in the top 10 in the general classification after this one, which is kind of good. I mean, if I can replicate what I did in stage 4, who knows if I may actually try to go for the GC win. Yeah, now I only lead the points classification, so only +3 points. I'm definitely not going to reach level 8 during Volta Portugal. You want to see Moreira's stats? Okay, I'm not sure if I can see them, because I'm not sure if I already unlocked that, because those get blocked in Pro Cyclist mode. Okay, Moaneret. Oh, you just... Oh, no. I thought you were saying... I thought you were saying goodbye and saying enjoy the rest of the stream. But no, you said you just got Pathfinder Kingmaker and you're enjoying it. Let me quickly check that. Can I see Moreira here? He is here. Okay, his stats are here. You can see them. So pretty well rounded. I mean, 72 mountain, 72 time trial. That's pretty good. I cannot check Skelmos' stats, but they should be somewhat similar, with significantly higher resistance. His resistance should be around the high 70s for Skelmos. So that's pretty good. Aha, you see, now I have the lurk command. Enjoy the lurk, man. And yes, do get some food. Because that is not overrated. Food is very much needed. I don't know. I mean, I do have a PhD in biology, so that's why I know these things, that food is needed. Because otherwise you would have no way of knowing. Unfortunately, my fitness peak is reaching the end. That is not good. Also, actually, I should have asked Go Spurs Go when he was around. Why doesn't Volta Portugal have a rest day? Because in reality, Volta has a rest day. So let's go for stage 6. And I'm starting to see this a bit tight for me to finish Volta and still pick up the kids. Because I have like an hour and 15 and there's still 6 stages left. I'm taking too long. Because in reality it should actually probably be after stage 5, after this mountain stage that we just played. So I don't know, maybe the game doesn't need... Yeah, I need to go times 8. I'll do that a bit more in this one. But if I have a good race day condition, I think I will try to attack again, but it might be a bit too hard because there's a long climb just before that. Yeah, I think this is too much for me to attack, and only a +2. Yeah, no, this is not. And the final climb is actually longer than I thought. 2.5 kilometers. I may even lose time, only on a +2. I'm counting on you. They're counting on me for the final GC. Stay on the defensive. Okay, I will. Oh, great. So, when I was leading the GC, I only had 2 teammates working for me. Now I have the entire team working for me. PCM logic. PCM logic. So let's take position at the front. I can have... maybe Rafael Silva on my wheel with... or actually, Henrique Casemiro on my wheel. No, Henrique Casemiro is going to be protected as well. So Pedro Andrade protecting me and Gaspar Gonçalves protecting Henrique Casemiro. Okay, and I can have Francisco Guerreiro in automatic. So let's have Henrique Casemiro here at the front as well. And let's do this. Yeah, we're wearing the points jersey now. So we went from one distinctive jersey to another. I mean, I'm absolutely going... this is absolutely going so much better than what I expected from this race. I thought, okay, I'm gonna win the first... I can win the first stage, the prologue. But then I will most likely lose the jersey in the second stage, and yeah, I'll just have a boring race. But this has been a really exciting race. Maybe that's also why I'm taking so long with the stages. Canas de senhorim, canas aconselho. That was a slogan from the late 90s when the town or village, town of Canas de Senhorim wanted to become a municipality, an independent municipality. And their slogan was Canas aconselho. Yeah, I'm almost a boomer. I'm almost a boomer for knowing these things. Old man Mairão. Old man Mairão. There's again a big group, GC group, not GC group, breakaway group at the front. 12 riders, and there's one intermediate rider is probably not going to be able to... Ooh, the pace is going up. As the pace is going up. Just enjoying the music. So yeah, I talked about this before today as well. Tomorrow I will not, as been usual in, well, I mean, only in the past couple of weeks, I am not going to play Motorsport Manager on Friday. I will try something different. I will try to play Tomb Raider, that I desperately need to finish. I think I should be about like 3 hours from finishing the game, roughly. Maybe, I don't know. So maybe in one stream, if things go well, I can finish it. The problem is that it's been so long. Like I booted the game the other day just to test it. And I have no idea of what was happening story-wise. I mean, I have a rough idea. But I definitely want to finish the game. I think I never actually finished it because at some point some supernatural stuff started to happen and I don't know if I was afraid of playing it because I didn't want to be spooked or spooked. I did not want that. Let's get some water. But maybe with people around, well, not around, but on the other side of the camera, of the screen, maybe that will help me to actually be brave enough to finish the game, because I would like to finish it. And then I have Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider that I could play if tomorrow goes well, if I enjoy playing it tomorrow. I don't even know if I still remember the keys and the gameplay, how it goes, but we'll see. It should be fun. Spooked by Tomb Raider. Alien Isolation. Oh man, I tried that once very early when I started streaming. I tried that. I want to like the game. I mean, I like the game. I'm a bit scared of playing it, and it would also require me to do what I did at that time, which was to uninstall Motorsport Manager to install Aliens Isolation, because I could not have both of them at the same time. But the easiest thing is actually to transfer, because there's this cool tool on Steam which allows you to not really uninstall a game, but you can just move it to a different folder. And what you can actually do is move the game to an external hard drive, and it does work like that. And so you save the time of downloading the files and installing. It's much quicker. So you can actually do that. It's an easy way of... Oh, thank you. Thank you for the water, Guerreiro. Thank you so much. That was so useful. That was super useful. I really, really appreciate it. So Gaspar Gonçalves, you are going to be the one getting water for us now. No. That was so useful. Like... And it was basically in a flat portion. He could not even bring the water to us. Hopefully Gaspar can do better. Okay, we're starting the ascension to Guarda. So Guarda is not the name of a mountain, of a climb. It's the name of a city. So that you know. It seemed that I didn't see water for the... Is Gaspar bringing? Is he bringing the water? Wow. Saying bringing is a really Portuguese thing to do. So maybe that's why some people think that I'm Russian. I have had people saying that during a live stream. Okay, Energy Gel on Gaspar Gonçalves and Pedro Andrade. Soon Rafael Silva will be protecting me. And then Henrique, you better come here. You better come here. So Rafael protecting me. Henrique on my wheel. All goody goody goody. Yeah, I won't attack. I'll just try to hold. Try to survive. And we have attacks by someone Fernandes from Rádio Popular, Luís Fernandes. José Arcas is also going. Come on, I'm not going to be the one chasing, am I? The yellow jersey is here. I see Brambilla also at the front. Okay, we're still climbing. Let's make sure we stay close to the top. Let's make sure I stay close to the top. Let's move a bit more to the front. No need for the energy gel, I think. On Rafael Silva. Is that No, what's his name? I don't know what's his name. Gonçalo Carvalho, yes, the leader of the mountain classification. Okay, so 7.4 kilometers to go. Let's use the energy gel on... No, I cannot be the one pushing. I cannot be the one pushing. I need to save energy. Henrique Casemiro as well. And let's use the energy gel on Zacarias with 4k to go. Actually, I should make a small train, I think. Let's try that. With Rafael Silva. 2.4 kilometers. Let's now go with... Oh no, I need to do relay and then effort cursor. Because this game is stupid. And we have attacks by Mauricio Moreira and Amaro Antunes. And now Henrique Casemiro leading Zacarias Silva. Oh, can we do this? Can we do this? Let's go at 95. 500 meters to go. Oh, we don't have the energy for this. We do not have the energy for this. Let's try to sprint. Amaro Antunes is going to win the stage. But Henrique Casemiro is going to finish second. Ah, this was close. This was close. Skelmoza is here, so at least we definitely keep the top 7 place. Yetzebol. No. What is his name? I don't know. Eduardo Duarte. That's a terrible name. Edgar Duarte. Gianluca Brambilla here. Abner Gonzalez. José Neves. I think this is the first win for W52. Points for the points god. That is true. That is true. I mean, I don't have that as an objective, but I'm looking really good for getting it. I'm looking really good. Sixth. That is really good. Ah, and we almost dropped Matthias Skelmoza. And finishing ahead of Mauricio Moreira, that's quite nice. We go up to the top 5. We go up to the top 5. So still one... Sorry. Still 139 behind Skelmoza. But... we went a few positions up. Zacarias Silva 16 points ahead of Mauricio Moreira in the points classification. And our team is still second in the GC, in the teams classification. That is great to see. Okay, so next one. Because I need to speed this up. Plus 3 points, really? Come on. After another great stage result, Tim Merlier, Daniel Martinez, Enrique Mas and Andoni Turgi extend their contracts. And yeah, unfortunately the fitness peak is almost finishing. I might have this stage, perhaps the next one as well. Which would be this one. But it's not going to be easy. So I think in this one I might try a late attack as I did in stage 4. Yeah, as I did in stage 4. So let's see how this goes. It starts really hard with some tough climbs. But we'll see. I'm just going to... well, not now actually. Because if I click away from the game at this point when it's on the loading screen, sometimes it kind of breaks the game. It kind of crashes it. So I'm not doing that now. Because I need to turn off the camera again. Because I need to blow my nose. So I'll turn off the camera and the microphone so I can spare you of 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 unpleasant things. Let's get some more water. Okay, so we are here. Let me just pause it here and camera off. And microphone back on and camera back on. I so need to set up a turning off camera thing on the Stream Deck, on my Stream Deck. Okay, so Henrique Casemiro is the only one who is not working for us today. Let's once more have... Actually, I can have Rafael Silva protecting me, Pedro Andrade protecting Henrique Casemiro, and Gaspar Gonçalves on my wheel. And I will take position here at the front. I need to set up that on my Stream Deck so I can more easily turn the camera off and the microphone off without having to actually click on the software. This is, I mean, I think it was one of the best purchases I've done for my streaming. All thanks to your guys' support, of course, because I used money I got from you on Twitch and Patreon to get this. Also, of course, to get the green screen, the microphone, the camera as well. So yeah, if this looks any good, if the streaming looks any good, it's all because of your support. Why am I going so hard so early? This is not that hard. Freixo de espada à cinta. Ecocentro, wow. What? Not sure what that means, but anyway. So we have that climb now. It's going at a really low pace. Like, wouldn't this be a great end to the stage? Finishing in Freixo de espada à cinta. It would be so good. Instead of starting here. That's another big issue with the stages in Volta Portugal. Like, I don't know how that actually works in other countries and in other races, but basically here we have the races starting and finishing where the cities actually sponsor the race, or they pay to have the race there. And that doesn't really help with getting the best route you can possibly have. And then you end up always having the same finishes and the same starting cities, which is kind of lame, because like, this would be so much better to have it finishing here. But as I said, I don't know if in the other countries the situation is the same. Maybe it is, and I'm being unfair to Volta Portugal. 100% fan funded. Yeah, I mean, it would be great if that was possible. It would be great. Also for your wallet. It would be great if Foxworth Autosport was 100% fan funded. But yeah, I think There was only one thing, but I don't even remember. Oh yeah, it was my first microphone. My first microphone, I didn't, yeah, because that was even before Twitch. So I got that from my own money, but that was a really cheap, like 20 euro microphone. Not amazing by any means. So that's then I bought the current one, which still not being top of the line, I think it's much better than what I had before. I really like it. And I think one of the main issues I have with the microphone is that I need to set a kind of hard noise suppression filter, because my laptop's fan is always working at 120 kilometers per hour. And then that is why I need to have the noise suppression filter on. But other than that, I think it's pretty decent. Okay, so we are 70 kilometers from the finish. I need to speed this up a bit. So this is stage what? 7? Okay, so 8, 9, 10, 11. And 11 is a time trial. I think I can still do this. I think I can still do this and pick up my kids in time, so I won't risk my life in exchange for for streaming. Because if I don't pick up my kids from school, a certain somebody's wife is gonna kill me. And that certain somebody is me. Okay, so 45k. I think I may have used a lot of energy already. I need to recover a bit. It's still the Silva duo, as always, with Rafael protecting Zacarias. Right, I was also thinking that when I was earlier talking about streaming Tomb Raider tomorrow, I thought that I would skip the Motorsport Manager stream on Friday, because I have been doing those on F1 weekends, so I could try to continue that, like streaming Motorsport Manager only if there is an F1 race on that weekend. And since we don't have a race this weekend, we'll skip it. Also, the next one, I won't be having any practice sessions while streaming because the race is in Australia. Oh, and Gianluca Brambilla going for it again. That is an early move. Is being followed? Or just being chased? Maybe just being chased. Okay, let's maybe set a really high tempo with Rafael Silva. Can I do this? I can. And now Jose Arcas trying to go for it. Okay, let's have a little train here. I hope Henrique Casemiro is in a good place. He's in a good position. Let's go up to 87. Because why not? Because why not? Yeah, this isn't hard enough for me to attack, is it? Let's at least try to... Oh wait, there's still over a minute and a half to the breakaway. Oh, they're gonna take the stage. I think they're gonna take the stage. go with Gaspar Gonçalves, Julien Bernard, and we're reaching the top. If I want to attack, I have to do it now. Let's try that. Strong attack. Getsebol is also attacking. This is not working. Yeah, this time it's not working. I mean, yeah, it couldn't always work, right? It couldn't always work. Then let's try to follow the wheel of Gianluca Brambilla. Energy Gel. Actually, Energy Gel on everyone. Am I on the wheel of Brambilla? I am. I am on the wheel of Gianluca Brambilla. It's not the worst wheel. Oh, we're not winning the stage. We are not winning the stage. So let's try to get points. Still 2 kilometers. Actually, let's go 99. Let's go 99. And can we sprint for it? We get some points, I think. Or maybe not. I don't know how many riders get points. We finished 10th. Gonçalo Carvalho took the stage win. Mauricio Moreira finished ahead of us. That is not good. Because if we get points, he gets more than us. Okay, so this one didn't work. This one didn't work and it went for the breakaway. I was completely distracted with the gaps. Yeah, probably. Probably just 1 point. Oh yeah, the stage winner, Gonçalo Carvalho, is the leader of the mountain classification. So yeah, we're still 5th in the GC. Gonçalo Carvalho leading the mountain classification. We are now, yeah, we were 16 points ahead of Mauricio, so we are now 15. So it's still all good, all good. I do know that there are stages in which he's going to get points and I won't. Like the one in Senhora da Graça. But anyway, our chase continues. I'm so much focused on getting a top 10 and come on, I have a pretty decent lead over 10th. So I think that's pretty much in the bag. I think that's pretty much in the bag. 3 more points, contract extensions. I still haven't had an offer. I still haven't had an offer. I'm getting slightly worried. I'm getting slightly worried. So yeah, I'll also say this, that I've been uploading my VODs, my Pro Cycling Manager mod of VODs, so the stream VODs, to my YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed to it yet, you can do that and you can check the VODs. I would love to have the time, the availability to actually do some pre-recorded videos as well, but so far it's not been really possible. Maybe in the future it can, but yeah, it hasn't been working very well in that regard. I wonder why I'm the one with the best freshness, because I have terrible recuperation stats. I won't complain. I will not complain. My maybe because of the fitness peak. Maybe that's it. Yeah, my fitness peak is finishing, but other riders, including Henrique Casmiro, are now getting theirs. So that's good. So this is another one to just try to survive. That is a really tough climb. This category 1 climb here in Torneiros. Torneiros. Could it be Torneiros? I don't know. But yeah, you can check for the VODs on the YouTube channel. I've also been uploading the Crusader Kings VODs. They are really long. I mean, I haven't edited them. They are they are usually 4 hours long or so. So I know it's not the content that most people look for on YouTube, because long videos really don't help in people clicking them. I would say that it would be very unlikely for me to click a 4-hour long video, but they are there if you want to rewatch something that you missed. That is the best place for you to watch them. Like I uploaded last week's VOD yesterday, and I think I can start doing that. So on Wednesdays, because I don't have streams, I'll upload the VODs from the previous week's PCM stream, and on the weekends I will upload the CK3 VODs, which are also the days in which I don't stream. So okay, Moaneret, thank you so much for being around, and stay safe. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you another day. Goodbye. Where's the differences to Motorsport Manager? Between Motorsport Manager and Pro Cycling Manager? Is that what you mean? Well, I mean, we have less wheels in in Pro Cycling Manager. Only 2 wheels. Let me just set up the race. So I'll have okay, Pedro Andrade protecting me, and Rafael Silva on my wheel, and Gaspar Gonçalves protecting Henrique Casemiro. And I will be taking position at the front. So no, we don't do that. I mean, in another mode, in career mode, because this is Pro Cyclist, so I'm just playing as one cyclist, as one rider. But if I play career mode, I control a full team, and there is a bit of development with the bikes there, but it doesn't really impact the gameplay, or at least no one feels that it really impacts the gameplay. So it's a mechanic that should definitely be improved. You do improve you mean mechanically? What was I saying? You do improve the riders. So the young riders are definitely easier to improve. So you can improve their stats, but that is also tied to their potential, their natural potential ability. So you cannot just pick any rider and make it develop to be a world-class rider. But that's the same in Motorsport Manager. I mean, with drivers, they have a limited potential. But the only thing you can actually do to improve, besides improving the riders themselves, is transfer in better riders to your team. And you usually can do that by getting good results, which translate in getting better sponsorship deals, better budgets, and that will allow you to get better riders. So in terms of managing, that's basically it. So you also set the objectives for each rider during the season, so that will allow them to reach fitness peaks in different parts of the season. Hopefully you target the peak nicely with, or you make the peak coincide nicely with your main objectives. But it's not very straightforward sometimes. And then you ride the races and you control the riders yourself. So in a way, it's really different than Motorsport Manager. In there, you definitely, the goal is to just improve your car. Like, you don't really focus a lot on improving the riders. Here you focus more on improving the riders. And then, yeah, this is cycling. I don't know if you're a big fan of cycling or at all. I'm not going to say anything that you hide, because you have that on your channel. But you being German, I have heard that cycling lost a lot of popularity maybe in the early 2000s because of the doping issues, the performance enhancing drug issues, that it didn't go well with the German cycling fans, and that for a long time you didn't really connect with cycling. But I think that's changing a bit when you were a kid. Yeah, okay. That's at least what I heard. And I had a work colleague, a German work colleague, who also kind of shared the same feeling. He was never a big fan of cycling, but he shared that feeling that it kind of happened because of doping. I mean, you had one of the best riders in the late 90s, early 2000s, Jan Ullrich. And he also had some issues with doping. But, I mean, everyone had issues with doping back in the day. Yeah. Jan Ullrich. Lars Ullrich was a footballer, right? No. Oh, Lars Ullrich is the Metallica drummer. No, I'm confusing Lars Ullrich with Lars Ricken, because that was a Borussia Dortmund player. Lars Ricken was a Borussia Dortmund player. And why do I know that? Why do I remember that? Because when I was younger, I had a Sega Mega Drive, and I played FIFA 96 with my brother. And at the time, Borussia Dortmund won the Champions League, and they had a player named Lars Ricken, and my brother loved Dortmund, and I did suffer a lot of goals. I did concede a lot of goals scored by Lars Ricken. So, oh, why did I pause? So that's why I remember that. Okay, let's have... No, why am I pausing? God damn it. Oh, Henrique Casemiro is having issues. Gebre Xavier's... Okay, so... It's a really huge push by Trek. Trek is pushing really hard on this climb. We're in an 18% slope section of the climb. Mauricio Moreira just behind Gianluca Brambilla. We are surviving this. We are surviving this nicely. And still having Rafael Silva. It would be cool if Skelmosa actually dropped, but yeah, this is too early for me to try any kind of attack, so let's just relax. Let's just relax. You hide when soccer happens? Wow, just... I love the fact that you actually say soccer. So you are definitely not a football fan. But as you play Motorsport Manager, I imagine that you like F1 on purpose. Do you type soccer on purpose? Are you a football fan? No, not football. Formula 1 fan? I imagine you are. Because I was gonna ask who your favorite driver or team is. Oh, this is not easy for Rafael Silva. I'm going to use his energy gel. Did I see the penalty kick with hundreds of laser pointers in the kicker's face? I didn't, but Yeah, that sometimes happens. Where did it happen? Where did it happen? By the way, I know that the US, they either played this evening or they're playing today. And I think they're about to qualify for the World Cup as well. They're playing Costa Rica, maybe, perhaps, I think. I don't know if they won it. You watched Schumacher as a kid. Today's you're not so in anymore. Ah, just so more for the gameplay. That is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I was also a Schumacher fan. That's what actually led me to become a Ferrari fan. It's so unfortunate that that skiing accident happened to him. I mean, it's really sad. But yeah, it's life. I mean, poop happens, shit happens. So now is the time to get back to F1. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, the races are so much better. They are so much better this season with the new regulations. At least so far. I mean, I know it's only 2 races so far. But oh my. Oh my. It's unbelievable. And it's like kind of what I remember from the early days when I started watching F1 in the early 90s, in which you could have riders actually being overtaken at some point, but then being able to come back and fight back. So it's really good to see that. It really is. So we're about to start the final climb of the day to Serra do Larouco. We're in a decent position when it comes to energy. We're in a good place when it comes to energy. 9 kilometers. Let's see. I'm not going to attack, of course, because I don't have the rider to do that. But everyone else seems to be a bit tired. A bit tired here at the front of the peloton. We have an attack by Francisco Figueiredo, and José Neves is going with him. No, I'm not going to be the one pushing. Flores de Tier is 23 minutes behind. No, but I'm saying this, but I'm the one pacing. Oh, there goes Mauricio Moreira. Okay. So it's time for me to pace, but I cannot attack with them. I cannot attack with them because that will just destroy my guy. 5 kilometers to go. I just need to keep going at my own pace. Just need to keep going at my own pace. Let's use the energy gel with 4 kilometers to go. Yeah, I didn't see that. Do you know in which game that happened? Yeah, Enrique, I could use your help, you know, but you're not going to be able to do that. Okay, I still have energy. Let's go up to 88. J Vine and Brambilla are here, so I hope I don't lose time for them. 2 kilometers still to go. Ooh, this section is really tough. Oh no, I cannot go this hard. I need to lower my pace. I'm gonna lose time. I will lose time again. Final kilometer, let's drop this to 67. And yeah, I'll lose another minute or maybe even more. Let's sprint, but that is not going to give me anything. I mean, but I'm finishing together with Amaro Antunes. That is a good day on my book for Zacarias. That is a good day on my book. Mauricio Moreira winning the stage. Oh no, he's gonna take the points jersey, I think. Yeah, 25 points for the winner. So he definitely takes it. He definitely takes it. Man, I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this in Senegal. Egypt lost the World Cup playoff because of it. I mean, the referee can technically prevent the penalty from being scored if he thinks that is affecting the outcome of what's going to happen. So Mauricio Moreira, does this take him to the lead? 9 seconds ahead of Jay Vine and Skelmoza losing 38. I think this puts Mauricio Moreira on the lead. Indeed, 42 seconds ahead of Matthias Skelmoza. Jay Vine is third, then Amaro Antunes, Luis Fernandes, and we dropped to sixth, but still in a great position to get a top 10. Best climber, still Gonçalo Carvalho. Yeah, we're now 7 points behind Mauricio Moreira in the points classification. And there's still another hard mountain stage in which he probably scores more points than me. I still have the time trial and this one. 4 p.m. I have 30 minutes. I'm not going to be able to finish this. Tom Dumoulin extends his contract. I mean, I've seen that happening in Portugal as well, so it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Like, sometimes it seems like fans, they don't care about the sport, they just care about their team winning, and that is crap. Yeah, we're out of the fitness peak. We're out of the fitness peak, and that's not good. That is no good for us. That is no good for us. The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. Come on, Mario. You can play the 3 remaining stages. No, you can't. No, you can't. Don't trick yourself. Don't trick yourself. Yeah, and my freshness is now only good as well, so it was good. It was good while it lasted. We had fun. I mean, come on. I won 3 stages in Volta Portugal. I led the GC for 4 days. I think that's a pretty good... I need that as an audio command now. That's actually something I have been thinking about, trying to add some funny audio commands. I'm just not sure. Oh no, a -2 day. It was bound to happen, right? It was bound to happen. And now Henrique Casemiro is no longer... Oh, because he's 8 minutes behind in the GC. The last stage didn't really go well for him. Okay, so let's have Gaspar Gonçalves protecting me and Rafael Silva on my wheel. And for this one, I can actually have the other ones all in automatic. Let's take position at the front and just try to speed this up. Yeah, one option, I should have thought about this earlier, but I allowed the breakaway to go. I could have paced hard in the beginning of the stage to try and take some points in the intermediate sprint. The issue is that, yeah, I have 56 sprints, so it's never gonna happen. I think I might be faster if I just pace. If I use the effort cursor instead of actually sprinting. You can recommend using trigger fire. Is that an extension? What is that exactly? Because I was more thinking about... actually, I don't know what I was thinking about. I think I would probably do that through the chatbot. Also, something that I would like would be to have for the audio commands. Okay. Trigger fire. I'll put a marker here so I don't forget. I'll have to look into that. I was thinking more that I would either like for myself I can use stuff put in the Stream Deck, but for the viewers it would have to be through the Streambot. The Streambot, which I would love if I could give him an actual name, a personalized name, but I also don't want to pay for Streamlabs Pro because that's a bit expensive. That is a bit expensive, and I don't think I'm actually at the point of doing that. Yeah, you can confirm. You can confirm. I mean, if it was a bit cheaper, I would get it. At least, I don't need the other things that Streamlabs Pro give me. I just would like to have a custom name on my chatbot. So if they could make that a separate package, like for €5 a month, I could pay €5 a month for that. I would be willing to do that, but Streamlabs Pro is like what, €20? 25? Or maybe I'm just exaggerating. Yeah. No, I would not. Whoa! Where are you guys going? What is this place? Come on, hey, whoa! Would you stop it? What the heck? What the heck? Guys, wait up for me. What the heck are you doing? They're stopping. Are they stopping? Wow, what the actual F was this? That was really weird. Oh, so you want hard pace? Is that what you want? I'll give you hard pace. I'll give you hard pace. Henrique Casemiro and Pedro Andrade move to the front. You work 95? You actually need to go up to 95 to be able to do something? That's not even enough. Wow. Wow. This pace is ridiculous. Track is blowing everything. Track and Alpecin. Oh, Pedro Andrade is done. Okay, and Henrique Casemiro, yeah, basically done as well. Oh man, did someone important got dropped? I mean, the peloton is only 54 riders at this moment, and they're still trying to chase the breakaway riders. Is that why the pace is so insane? Oh, there's a favorite behind. Who is this? Julien Bernard? Really? I mean... But wait, come on, he's a track rider and track is the one pacing as well. This makes no sense. 154 year, yeah. That is way too much money. Way too much money. That is way too much money. And I mean, also, I've heard a lot of people saying that Streamlabs are actually somewhat unethical in the way they conduct their business. Let's use the energy gel here on Gaspar. And a lot of people are actually moving to stream elements. I could do that, but I haven't really had the time to migrate yet. Also, I don't know then how long it will take me to actually make everything work properly. Yeah, I won't attack in this one because the pace is super high. I cannot go away from these other guys. And still, yeah, we're not going to win the stage again. It's going to the breakaway again. It is going to go to the breakaway again. So final 10 kilometers. Let's try to put Rafael Silva pacing with us on his wheel. So I think that so the first thing is that Streamlabs OBS, their main software, it's only called Streamlabs, but it used to be Streamlabs OBS, and that was specifically against what developers of OBS told them. So I think they approached OBS about using their name, and OBS said they were not okay with that, but they did it anyway. Ah, there they go, and I'm going to be dropped here. Let's just sprint with everyone. But Zacarias is not going to lose time, but... And Canal is winning the stage. Oh, this was really close. Am I gonna lose time? Oh, no. And go away, Leaps. Go away. No, I don't think I'm gonna lose time, but I lose more points to Mauricio Moreira. And I don't think this counts as a gap, so at least in terms of the GC, I should be fine. Skelmoza winning the stage. That's another one for Trek. But they apparently used the OBS name glued to Streamlabs in their software, even though OBS developers asked them not to. They then went back and didn't do that. Also, they presented some new feature or tool or whatever recently, and that they presented that on a website or their page presenting that product was an exact copy of someone else's product, of another company's product. I mean, the website was the same. It was the same, just the information was a bit different with a few variations, slight variations, but it was the same information. It was the same design, the same website. So they are kind of a bit shady in that regard. So I've been thinking about moving to Stream Elements. The only thing of Stream Elements I use is this thing here in the bottom. This rotating information about followers, subs, and cheers. It's the only thing I use from Stream Elements, but yeah, potentially I will merge or move away from Streamlabs. End of Fitness Peak, yeah, I know. Okay, I have 20 minutes, barely. There's one mountain stage and the time trial. Can I do it? Can I do it? I don't know. Stay tuned to watch. I don't know if I can. So this finishes in Mondim de Basto. So the climb is Alto da Senhora da Graça, one of the most mythical climbs in Portuguese cycling. Let's see what I can do in this one, but this is a really tough stage. It's probably harder than the Queen stage, because there are multiple Category 1 climbs. So this is going to be really hard for me. I might drop out of the top 10 after this one. I'm also starting to feel a bit hungry. Not angry, fortunately, but a bit hungry. Okay, and I was just checking something. Okay. So we're on a +2, at least that is good. Basically the same situation as before. Ooh, Pedro Andrade on a +5, so he will be on my wheel, and Francisco Guerreiro will be protecting me. It's funny that today Henrique Casemiro is also a co-leader, so Owen is going in a breakaway. Interesting move. Interesting move. Now it would be nice if he could actually help me like Gaspar Gonçalves did in the Queen stage. That he can be there for me at the end of the stage. That would definitely be useful. But yeah, I was saying I'm starting to feel a bit hungry because having lunch before noon is still something that my body does not compute very well. It's just not natural. It is just not natural. I guess I'm just not old enough yet to be able to have lunch that early. Old age is a path to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Okay. Wow, Gaspar Gonçalves, you are doing very well in the breakaway. Very well. You have been caught by now. You have been caught and you are going to be dropped. Aren't you? You are so going to be dropped. Okay, I'm doing well, still going at 65. We reached the top of this little hill. So let's try to recover as much energy as we can. Also, Rafael Silva, what do you say about moving to the front, as I can control you, moving to the front and having Gaspar Gonçalves protecting you? Huh? What do you say? Do you think that's a good idea? That should be a good idea. Oh, wait. What? Wait. Wait. Did Mauricio Moreira crash? Oh my, the yellow jersey probably crashed. He probably crashed. I cannot see it. Because this game is kind of stupid and... Ah, come on. Can I see them? Oh, they are not even here. They are not even here. Oh my. So that's why I see everyone pushing super hard. Are they pushing super hard? Maybe they are not. Are they? The gap? Oh man. Oh man, is Mauricio Moreira going to be able to come back? He's still quite far behind. Let me see if this eventually shows them. They are not around. They are definitely not around. Oh crap. This is not good for them. This is definitely not good for them. Also not good for me because I need to pay attention to this. Yeah, I think he's going to lose the GC today because of that. Whoa, what a major upset for them. What a major upset for them. Still hasn't come back. This is also going to hurt my chances because the higher the pace is, the worse it is for me. They should be just catching the back of the peloton, I think, even though it shows 2 minutes gap, but that should be enough for them to almost get to the back of the peloton. Oh, I need to move more to the front because I don't want to go say hello to Mauricio Moreira because that's not the place I want to be. Oh yeah, this pace is killing me as well. This pace is absolutely killing me. Let's have Pedro Andrade protecting me because Francisco Guerreiro is done. And oh, Henrique Casemiro is here. So Henrique Casemiro, you can protect Rafael Silva. He still hasn't come back, I think. He still hasn't come back. Oh no, but this is gonna kill me. This pace is so going to hurt me. I might actually drop outside of the top 10 because of this. We had another crash. No one important, I think. Okay, let's keep on focusing. Ooh, this is so hard. Yeah, Trek is definitely pushing hard to leave the yellow jersey in a bad position. "48 riders only left in this group. Oh, and we're really pretty much at the back of the group. I need to be careful because I don't want to waste more energy than I should. Okay, they are dropping the pace now. They are dropping the pace slightly. So I'm guessing that they are confident. Ah, it's going up again. It's going up again. Please, Antonio Tiberi. Please don't do that. Yeah, the energy gels were too late. Let's have Rafael Silva now protecting Zacarias. Oh, am I gonna be dropped in this climb already? Oh no, I just got dropped. No, I didn't. Okay. Oh. 25 riders left. This is insane. This is so freaking insane. Please, at least let me survive this one. Let me survive this one. Okay, we survived this climb. Now, Rafael, get some water. And we just maintain position and try to recover. Maybe try to maintain position at the front of the group What this is giving me is that I'm definitely not going to be able to finish the Volta Portugal today. Ah, this sucks, man. This sucks. Because after this one, I'll have to definitely finish the stream. Okay, 22 riders. I still see... Ooh, Mauricio Moreira is still about a minute and a half behind the group. But he still has a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. And yeah, they are starting to push already. Let's make sure we control this nicely. Oh, this section is so steep. 16%. 16%. I cannot climb this. I cannot climb this with these guys. Come on. Let's go up to 86. Maybe 90. 90. Okay. Okay. We're still in the group. We're still in the group, but barely. Barely. I'm so going to die. Let's use the energy gel on Rafael Silva. Can I do this? I mean, we're still 2.5 kilometers from the top of this one. And still 3 track riders at the front. Oh, they are playing this beautifully. They are playing this beautifully. Okay, they're stopping? Stopping? Please stop. Please stop. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Can we reach the top of the climb still with Rafael Silva? Come on. Come on, we can do this. 500 meters. Gebre Xavier trying to move to the front. Okay, we did it. We did it. We freaking did it. I need to recover. Yeah, Mauricio Moreira is never going to come back. He is definitely not going to come back. There's a long stretch of downhill now and then kind of flattish portion before the final climb. You know what? I could actually try to go for those intermediate sprint points. Could I do that? No, 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 no! Ah, I was distracted for a bit. Okay, okay. The group got split for a second, but it's not anymore. Gianluca Brambilla attacking. Whoa. That's not smart. Like, shouldn't you be working for Schialmosa? That's what makes sense, man. That's what actually makes sense. And I'm not even going to be able to go for the sprint points. Yeah, screw that. Screw that. Yeah, Mauricio Moreira is 3 minutes down at the moment. Oh, I'm at the front of the group. Wait, then, can I? Ah, I shouldn't have moved to maintain position. Can I go for the points? Yeah, I was only third in in this. That was so poorly played. 11 kilometers. That's what's remaining in this stage. And now it's just a matter of facing myself to the top. I will not be worried about attacks or whoever is there. Yeah, J Vine is there, but I cannot follow the guy. I cannot follow him. Brambilla is going again. I'm baffled with Brambilla. Why is it not actually working? Well, maybe it was chasing the group. Okay, well, I'm being unfair. I'm being a tiny bit unfair. 7K. The pace is not super high. Let's go to 75, but I cannot go harder than this. And this is possibly already too much. Let's go down to 73, losing contact with that group. Tiberi is done. Rafael Silva is going to be done in no time. Let's use my energy gel. Like now. Can I use the aerodynamic positioning in the climb? Does it actually help with anything? It might help, you know? It might help. Coming through. Coming through. Come on. Allow it. Allow it. 2 kilometers to go. We're catching a few of the other guys. Final kilometer for me. J Vine wins the stage ahead of Skjelmose. We're about to finish, managing the energy quite nicely. We finished together with Amaro Antunes again. That is a great result for us. 11th in a crazy, crazy stage that sees Mauricio Moreira losing the yellow jersey, which should go to Matthias Skjelmose, as it's now 4:30 p.m. so I will not be able to play the final stage. Ah, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Because it was a time trial. It's a quick one, but I don't know. Can I do it? Can I do it? Maybe I can. Maybe I can, and then I'll do it. I'll still do it. It's easier to play, it's faster to play a time trial. The J Vine, 15 seconds. I probably shouldn't. Oh, don't be the voice of reason, man. Don't be that. I dropped to 7th in the GC. I might still get the top 5 eventually. Yeah, Mauricio Moreira goes down to 9th. And in the points classification, I'm 7 points behind him. One more turn. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it because it's a time trial, so it's fast to play. Philipsen, Carapaz, and Lampard all extending their contracts. In the next stream, I will show the transfers, the transfer market. Cavendish also extending with Quickstep. We have a contract offer by FAPL. Like not by Bardiani. I'm gonna wait for an offer by Bardiani. Okay, so final stage. Ooh, what? We are not among the favorite. Oh no, we are the second favorite for this one. So let's see. Let's see. I have to do it in like 5 minutes. And then I won't be able to raid anyone today, unfortunately, because I really, really need to finish it. Oh. Parenthood. I also desperately need to pee. But yeah, I can hold it. Maybe I drank a bit too much water. Okay, I'm gonna be one of the last. Given the level of the opposition, it will be difficult to get a good result here. However, give it your best shot with a view to keeping your good placing in the GC. I'm a time trialist. I should do well. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's the Giro d'Italia starting platform. That's pretty appropriate for Volta Portugal. This is why you never have kids. Oh man. Now it's just a waiting game. So yeah, I'll take this opportunity to tell you that if you haven't done so yet, you can check my socials through this link. It's a Linktree link. So if you click on it, there's a link for my Twitter, an invitation link for Discord, my YouTube channel, also Instagram, which I don't use a lot, but it's there anyway. To my Patreon page as well, so everything is there. I don't know if it's the best way of doing this. Maybe I should actually have everything listed in the same command instead of having a link tree link. But anyway, I mean, it's there. If you want to join those platforms, or mostly Discord, if you want to join Discord, you are more than welcome to do so, because that's where I communicate the most and where I share my schedule, my streaming schedule, and where we talk about video games and sports and, as I usually say, Czech politics. We haven't discussed a lot of Czech politics after Babiš stopped being their prime minister. I miss Berger ranting about Babiš. But yeah, you can join if you wish to do so. I already used 3 of the 5 minutes I said I needed to complete this stage. Rafael Reis leading this at the moment. This guy won, I think, 4 stages in last year's Volta Portugal in real life. 2 of them were time trials, and then he won two other stages. So he's basically me. He is basically me. So yeah, we have a few tough sections. Ooh, at the end, there's a really tough section there. So that's why the game doesn't really see me as a big favorite. Okay. Let's see how I do, or what I can do. Let's try to do this all on ×2. Okay, let's push it a bit here, and now bring it down. And I'll have to be focused in what I am doing. So let's go at 80, and then we have a bit of a downhill section here, so I can recover some energy there. I'm already losing 33 seconds in this section, in this early stage of the time trial. That's not really encouraging. That is not really encouraging. Let's try to recover a bit more in this downhill. Okay, back to 80. Okay, we're 4 kilometers from the finish, so it won't take me too long. As I mentioned in the beginning, this time trial is between Gaia and Porto. So they have the Douro River in between. Can I push hard now? 1.5k. Final kilometer, maybe a bit too hard. And up to 99. We use all our energy. 9th. Okay, that is a good result. Brambilla is not going to beat our time. Then Luis Fernandes doesn't beat our time as well. Yatsebol doesn't beat our time. And Amaro Antunes wins the time trial. Wow, J-Vine second. And Skelmoze actually gets second, so I think Skelmoze should keep the lead in the GC. Amaro Antunes winning the stage. Skelmoze wins the GC. J-Vine second, Amaro Antunes third. Ah, we finished 6th, so we didn't get the top 5, but it is a great result. Amazing result. I'm super happy with this. Super happy. Yeah, I missed the points classification by 13 points. Mauricio Moreira got it. I also was second in the young rider classification. But I mean, 3 stage wins, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Okay. I'm happy. I was 12th in the stage. Yeah, having the hills doesn't really help, because I'm more of a flat guy. I'm flat. I have no depth in my personality. No, I think I do. I think I have some of it. So we got 41 points. Still not enough for level 8, but that should happen in the next stream, which is probably going to be next Thursday. So, as I said, I cannot rate anyone today because I really need to finish the stream. So thank you so much to everyone who was around today. It was a tremendous pleasure to be with you today, because yeah, we had a good time. We definitely had a good time. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you to Mortus for your raid and for sticking around. It's really kind of you. Also, thank you to Yochaikov, and yeah, thank you to Yochaikov for following. So thank you so much for coming in. I will come back tomorrow with some Tomb Raider. Now I need to go pick up my kids. Stay safe, stay positive as usual, be nice, and have a good day. Goodbye, guys.